Hello and welcome everyone! Welcome to another Pastor Druski stream. I like to play family-friendly games, have good clean fun. Today we are playing Lootbound. It is release day. If you've caught some of my other streams, we've played a couple of the previews and everything. So we have had the 1.0 that I've been playing, but today now it is available to the masses. It's actually on sale too for anyone who's interested. Not a sponsor, but I did get the game key for free from them to check it out. And then we're going to play today, the goal being to actually beat it on the hardest difficulty, as well as probably do so with some of the classes we've not played so far. So we actually have access to the hardest difficulty on one class. I'd like to play something else for once and get to the hardest and beat it. That's the goal. We also have the library here accessible that we just unlocked with our most recent run last time we played. And so this just has a lot of the lore background, at least it will. We're starting to get info about the warrior that you start with, the legendary general, apparently very, has shadows in his past, that sort of thing. So, but anyway, there's lots going on with the different bosses, the world, and all of that. So there's a lot of lore here to dig into, and then I think we still might have some cash to spend. Hello, Orange Cat. I'm going to spend this on our paladin, because I intend to play paladin right here. We got 1,200. I could go ahead and start with 50 more crush damage, which seems awesome, honestly. We just do that, maybe, and some armor. So we always have 40 armor to restore. That'll automatically restore. Like, I think that's just a great start for a character. And we're going to switch over to our paladin, and we're going to get going. So, much excite. We've got Orange Cat, we've got you, everybody's here. So we're going to get started. We're using our merchant's die. So this is a 6-sided die, but the faces of the die have these different outcomes with twos or doubling your original roll or an outright win. Who knows? But let's get started. Now, this is basic difficulty. You have to earn your way to the other difficulties. We've already gotten to the max on the witch, but we want to play Pally today. So that is the plan. Orange Cat's here for it. No name. Only the hilt. Heavy hilt remains, leaving my shoulder aching. I have to see around the cat here. The hammer remembers. I know the prayers. I know the weight with which the hammer falls. Upon my tongue, the taste of incense. With my chest stirs a cold flame. Is this holiness? Word heresy echoes as pain within my bones. Without you, guide, I am but a blind weapon. Help me. I must remember at least my name. So we are the guide, and I don't know, but maybe that's even our hands over this whole thing with the die. So that would be kind of like we're playing like a D&D session or something, and our characters are sentient and talking back to us. So there you go. We're in the Wildlands. And here we go. I didn't actually check what my abilities are. We're about to find out. I've already got cat hair all over my face. Okay, so basic attack with the extra damage that we added. Some mana restore, as those are default things that you get every run with whatever character. We do have Order's Wrath. Deals damage to the target. Restores armor and applies fury. Costs 9. Deegan wants me to pet Orange Cat. I shall. Right here, I shall. Try to at least show you guys. We just now have a whole lot more fur in the air. Okay, but we do crushing damage, right? Yeah, it's all crush. So we're going to do bonus damage to the armor with crush. So 90 of our crush damage will be used up in order to do the 180 armor. The remaining 140 is then available to hit the health, and he has 120. So this should be a one-shot. There it goes. Now we can add some slash and crit, some health, some mana. I think mana's not bad here. Crits are usually more of a sword thing, which is kind of the warrior's wheelhouse. So I'll just go ahead and grab this. There's need of a Beastmaster class. Oh, I should mention, they have released a roadmap. I'm going to tab out real quick to see what that looks like. They have a post-release roadmap where they say there's going to be a lore extension, more content, new encounters, new enemies, new heroes, and more platforms. So they have a lot planned. A lot planned. No timetable for those things, but those are the goals. But I'm good for that because that was like my one complaint. Orange cat, I can't do this. My one complaint was just I want more. And so they're going to do more, which is great. That's what we wanted. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's in my nose, it's in my mouth. We're in like the summer shedding. Non-stop. Okay. Alright, there's some crush damage. We could get some vampirism from this thing, but we're just gonna stick with crush. Orange cat, I'm suffering here. Okay, I've not seen these abilities before. So Light of Redemption targets all allies, restores health and armor to all allies. Costs a lot. So does the Shield of Faith. Restores health and armor to the target. Order bonus is doubled. So if we can get any amount of order, we can do a lot. I suspect if I'm going to be able to tank, then I don't need to heal everyone. I need to heal myself. Oh, you're doing acid damage. Not cool. I kind of wish that they had more damage types. Like I get acid being like a piercing damage, but maybe rename that into pierce and then actually have magical damage types. You know, your fire, your frost, those sorts of things. Master Crack, thank you for the follow. Glad you're here. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the stream, my friend. 28 mana, but losing some damage. 50 health, mana initiative order. I mean, we'll throw this on. Well, you know what? This is worth 77. That's not. Let's just... It's fine. We're still trying to progress the metagame, and that is the blue crystals there. So that's just more progression. Okay, and then I don't have anything I want to throw gems into, so we're not going to go for the gems. We're going to go for the character upgrade. Slash, some crush, some acid. I think we want the slash. Obviously, it's more of it. It's difficult, higher difficulty, but you know, we're really good at piercing through armor. Once we're through the armor, we have no bonus. So slash will give us that if we can manage to get this win right here with the 12 difficulty. Yeah, elemental damage I think would be great. Ooh, we can't win with the twos. We need the times twos or the win. Times two! Yeah, alright. Now that mantle we have is actually subtracting from me. Okay. Both of these are fine. I would not mind having both of these by the end. Let's go ahead and have the witch though as a support. Bonus slash and crush to the target based on chaos, applies corruption. All that's good. Damage to random enemy. I don't like random. Applies corruption and slow to all. Costs a lot too. Damage bonus acid damage based on chaos applies corruption. It's the cheapest. Slash and crush based off chaos acid based on. Oh, it's just good. It's cheaper too. Yeah, elemental damage. Now, how that would work, I don't know because they've not built around it. But you know, obviously having some sort of fire damage that does a dot over time, damage over time. That would potentially be a way to make that useful. They already have a slow mechanic, so frost could apply to that. I don't think slow is very good, but you'd have it, right? There's other ways, you know, we've seen where Slay-the-Spire, for example, frost works out to be an armor mechanic. So, you know, potentially having it tie into more defensive things instead, and then acid could be something else. Acid poison, look, that could be your damage over times instead of fire. You don't have to have a burn effect. They can even have acid do damage over time that pierces armor. I don't know. I'm just saying, I like the idea of it. It's just a little bit of a misnomer with the acid damage in particular. Because this is, essentially it's implying all magic damage. Like magic pierces armor is kind of the lore here is what I'm picking up. And so it's, everybody does acid damage if they're magical. But, you know, it just, lore-wise, doesn't necessarily fit the bard. It doesn't necessarily fit, you know, whoever else. Like, I kind of just feel like that should just, instead of being acid, just call it piercing damage. And now that could be a generic whomever, just like slash and crush, slash, crush, pierce, and then have elemental something. I like that. But it doesn't have to be that way. I just, you know, that was one of my initial impressions I wanted to voice. So she's only gonna do that if there's one monster. Exactly. Got it. Minus slash crush gives initiative in order. Armor in order. You get a divine item. If it's one we're actually using, we could put a gem on it. These guys still have a turn. They are going to hit me. I just don't like the fact that this guy has acid, so we're gonna take him out anyway. I've got plenty of armor for these guys. Oh, that was really close. Now this would be making more sense on our witch. I kind of want to have a little bit of the vampirism to heal myself, but yeah, we'll just do this. Armor gives acid damage and chaos. I think we know where that's going. Is that witch only? No, it's universal. But applies to armor, so make this switch. I don't know, these are not a pretty combo here. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We get some damage back as well. And then a decent amount of chaos. Acid damage. Let's go. I don't know, I guess that is something I'll put a gem in if I can. Worth keeping. She should target that, so... Oh, never mind. Lower slash, I'm not a fan of. Health and dodge, vampirism in order. I'll take that little bit of vampirism. Always more room for chaos. Maybe. Now we can get a gem either way. This way leads to a character upgrade or item. Another divine. Yeah. We want to do that. None of these are going to go on to... That's really bad. Because this won't matter at all. None of those will matter for our witch. Like, we could do the slash damage just in case she lands a hit. I could do the thorns just in case she gets hit, but again, we're not building anything around it. I'm not going to reroll if we don't get this. Order has, I think, 0 value. It was going to be... It is a little too soon for gems if I... Well, as we see. Because the only item that I'm going to put this on... I'm not going to roll that, because... I only got the one extra roll. I would have put it on this. Because this I'm probably going to keep, because it's doing all the things we... Well, we don't want minus initiative, but we don't care about minus order. And chaos and acid, right? So, I wanted to get a gem on that. It's not to be. It's not to be. Alright, now she will be casting Corruption and bonus acid. And then I can restore health and armor to a target, and what is my order bonus? 7. You always target random enemies, okay. Ugh. Again, because I'm applying Fury, restoring armor. Not quite there. Dodge. Nice. I'm gonna get a little mana back. I think she can handle it. Yeah. Plate armor, which we have a little. A little order, gives armor. Dodge, vampirism. Mantles give vampirism. It's also an armor. It's a jacket, but this is a mantle. It's 9% dodge. Let's grab it. I'll make it fit in a second. Another mantle. And hoods, which that is, gets mana and chaos. Over here, plate armor, health and order. Or just armor getting health minus armor, which again, this vampirism, like that could go as a lot of armor or a lot of health onto our witch here. I think this is actually really good. With that much health and vampirism, that'll scale really well. Alright, we're gonna figure this out. So you want to be next to armor, you want to be next to armor, you want to be next to the mantle specifically. Which one's more important? That's health and vampirism. This is the damage. And then they both want to be next to regular armor. It's not bad. That's not bad. So we got a good amount of health, good amount of vampirism. Okay. I do think we might actually go for a big item here. Rather than an upgrade. I think my main character has nothing to carry. Oh, we're still getting a staff. This is going to buff other staves and disappear. So no, we don't want that at all. I don't like to disappear. This is the same necklace, which is great. We could just have another one. Or a hat with dodge, initiative, and losing chaos. No. I want that. I don't really need to because we're going to run out of space, but I could just throw it on the corner there. Still get 2 more things. Like this I know is useful. This less useful is what that is less useful. I just grab this. Okay. Use some things on my main here at some point. She's gonna be a better tank. Hold on. Defensive power? Okay. She's not quite there yet, but she will be. Great, we're going. Oh, she almost did it. Health mana. Mana order initiative. Now, I could probably find a way to squeeze 1 more armor in here. Or I could just drop this and then have more room for other armor. But this isn't bad on the main and just... Oops, just throwing it on and then dropping it later. Like, all that's going to be dropped. Yeah, at this point, the Witch is currently a better tank than the Paladin, I agree. Okay, weapons, minus armor, plus acid, and initiative. Okay. So now, I've got the 1 weapon. I can maybe squeeze this over there, too. But we're going to drop this. Right there. So yeah, better tank and better DPS. Still hurting for items here. Do this for the Fury for at least one stack. Yeah, the Witch is the main character right now. I did drop my meager lifesteal. Okay, armor order, plate armor, armor order. Double effect from auras, which is okay. Or we get some mana crush damage and more crush damage. Now here's my take so far has not been basically armor in my view is low priority. There's so many chances to get a good divine jewelry item that, and a lot of those will with weapons give armor. So, like, I don't necessarily need a bulky suit of armor to get armor, and that, you know, buffs other plate armors. I can get this right now. But I feel like this is actually inferior to having a whole bunch of weapons and then giving the one item that all the weapons now give, like, 200 armor. So, like, I'll do this anyway, just because... Well, see, there we go. So here's a buffs other hammers, double bonus from blacksmith. We'll grab that. Now this one had to be a top edge inventory. That's also top edge. We've learned this. So that's going to be a little difficult. Yeah, only one of these is going to stay, and I'm going to guess it's the hammer. More important to me. Mana, initiative, order. So, we'll clean this up shortly, but it's fine. And then we could get some mana back. I'm just gonna keep upgrading. Health, mana, slash. I'll give myself some slash damage, I guess. Okay, new boss type. Attacks the character with the highest attack power and reduces the entire party's fortitude. Oh, that means that you're going to be attacking. You're not going to attack my tank. Highest defense power reduces the fortitude. So attack the tank. Some mana. You're going to use all your mana. Another mantle, but these things are massive. Grab that. Okay, I can drop this, but connecting is going to be a little more difficult. Like it's got to be one or the other. I really can't keep this. I guess I can hold on to like this for just another item or two, but like it's gonna go. It's gonna go real soon. Still feel like we might need items. Like I'm not feeling like I've got the golden ticket here. Bagpipes of the branches. It's awesome. Okay. This is just way better than that thing. I have our next character coming up shortly, so I'm not going to sell anything until then. Weapons, minus health but crit chance, and order. Mantle, minus armor but tons of health and mana. Or helmet, health armor, crit chance, plate armor gets health, but this rotates, and I just don't even want to. Nope. So this is not terrible, but we'll definitely need armor sources if we're gonna lose that much health. I like the order adding. I'm gonna grab this if I can. Nope. Now we can re-roll, but the only win is the 1 in 6 chance. I don't want to waste the die for it. I don't think there's much of a chance for that. Alright, we're gonna get some mana back because they're just gonna attack me. Have armor. One thing I might do is I could conserve some of your mana. You're only gonna cast this when there's oh, they're just gonna heal all the way up. They only cast this when there's one monster exactly. So I was kind of trying to get them into kill range. Like once she kills one, then I swing and kill the other. But with this much lifesteal, I don't know if it'll work that way. Trying to save her mana. Okay. 50 crush, but larger versus 30 crush. Gives some mana versus fortitude. I'm going to take the smaller one anyway. They're all common things. I'm not really ready to make the swap yet. And then do we just go for the bard? Bonus is doubled, order bonus is doubled. We can get gems, but is there... yeah, this does get double. Yeah, I'm going to be going weapons, so I'm going to go for the gems. And then we'll hopefully get something that gives me armor from that. Oop, forgot to equip him with all my stuff. Health armor, thorns. I could actually, is this paladin only? Of course it is. Paladin. 40 health. It's just 40 health and 6 order. Like that's just, it's not doing me. Definitely need more stuff, but flip this. Now the bard's tankier, I bet. Alright, we do want something from this. We're gonna double the value on my hammer. Now I could put double acid damage, harder to get, or we could do double crush. I'm not getting like some other bonus from it being crush. This is just more with lower chance to get it. Do we want 100 crush damage or do we want 140 acid? I guess we're gonna try for the acid. Yeah, sure, let's do the 1 in 6 chance because we'll get it. Streamer luck! Doubled it to 2. Youch. Indeed. Okay, yeah, so this applies to weapons. You lose mana, of course, but you get tons of health, armor, and vampirism. This will let me tank. I won't be able to cast anything, but it'll let me tank. So, sure. Yeah, let's do this. Figure out how we're going to fit it in order to be adjacent to as many things as we can. Yeah, I could get it 3 right here. Like we could have that touching there, but then I lose the 28 crush. But suddenly we have 1700, like we've got 2400 defense power. That's armor and health combined. Down to 40, man. I'm actually shocked we even have the 40. Oh. Don't need order if you have no mana. Good point. We at least have a little bit of mana, though. So that's touching 3, this is touching 3. A little bit more mana. I don't know. Let's go with it. Yeah, 40 still lets me cast on occasion. Doing acid, aren't you? Doesn't say that he did acid, but he did acid. Tetris Mastery. I do wish there was a little bit more interaction with your bag, like being able to buff the bag and get more slots, or, you know, something along those lines. Cast your spell, aren't you? Well, who needs mana? The guy with the lowest health mana pool is gonna be the only one with mana. I guess I'd have just throw that in there. There's no downside to having it. It is armor and order. More order than that, slightly. Double effect from auras that it's not getting. We won't be able to cast any of these, but restores armor to all allies. Double crush. Rock smash. I'm hoping for one that would actually scale based off my armor value or something. It's all gone now. Now, this is scaling off of armor. This one's scaling off of weapons. Is there a world where I can fit that? I could rotate it and have it sitting right here. Do a lot of good, though. Just vampirism and initiative. Yeah, let's just make this happen over here. I don't know. I don't think that's too wide. Not a big deal, though. I'm not keeping any of this. I guess I just need to keep rolling for items, because I got nothing. I could try to get a gem over here. One up this way. Double blacksmith gems. Bottom edge of inventory. Affects armor. Health ordered chaos. Minus crush, acid, and chaos. We gotta try. We gotta try. Alright, now we got something. This has to be on the bottom of the edge of the inventory. This thing has to be on the top. So we're gonna have a little bit of awkwardness trying to fit all that, and I can have that adjacent to the ring. This thing applies to everything above it, so being like vertical like this is not helping that much, but it is touching 3, which is actually kind of impressive. I mean, I'll take it. There's obviously more work to be done, but I'll take it. Two. At least they ignored the armor. 960 we didn't have to do. Run with Bard. I agree, although they don't behave any differently from any other items. I would love to see instruments that are actually like behaving somehow differently. You know, clearly that they're focused on their stats are, they're not generally giving you the damage stats. They're giving you your spell stats, your initiative, your order, your vampirism. Like those seem to be common at that. But one ring where it's like weapon gives plus to damage, you know, like this, changes that whole thing. So you can make him do damage. It's the jacket. We wanted mantles, right? Yeah. Who needs more? Game music changes when you take the Bard. I love it. Love it. All right, another one of these, because why not? I don't want anyone else to lose more mana, right? Double crush damage on my first swing here. Seems okay. You give some damage to our Bard at some point. least her default attack applies corruption. It doesn't cost mana. It means he'll eventually do damage too. Bard's dying to the thorns. Oh! Random enemy, so he just kept targeting that thing. That's unfortunate. The Echo of the Last Songbird. Initiative order. Instruments give order. Rotates automatically, so it's always going to be like one side. And then it disappears. Oh, why do you got to do this to me? No, I don't want it if it disappears. Okay, another instrument, mana order, instruments, initiative in order, and it's massive. But it doesn't disappear. Staff that gives chaos. Ring that gives weapons chaos. And dodge. Crit damage is kind of a waste. This buffs other staves. I don't have any staves going. Well, I got one. This buffs armor. I'm gonna go with the ring. Alright. Alright, we got time to figure things out. Why'd you just sell that too? So this has to be on the right side. It wants instruments. It's not gonna be in front of it. Got some very large instruments working with here. It's an instrument. We got a bunch of initiative in order. But you have to have mana to actually use it. Alright, but weapons are instruments as well. It gives chaos, though. We're going to swap this over here. Now we do some acid damage. And then this. I only have the one weapon here, but it's chaos. Harp is just too large, but it is what it is. We have a little bit of damage now. A lot of order. Just, you know, have to have mana to use it. I'm not actually very happy with any of my build here. Game does not believe in mana potions, I see. Okay, it's just... I've got to keep trying for the big one, because that's... We've got 2 double gems, and we need something on them. So 140 acid damage, because it doubled. You're still dead. Right. He dodged. Of course he dodged. Oh, did not do the math. Thought we were doing more damage than that. Actually, no, it was doing more damage, but we gave it to the bard who is dead. Brilliant, Druski. Dash S, do I like the game? I'm having fun. I do wish there was a little bit more content, a little more replayability, but they have that content coming in the pipe. They've released a roadmap without dates, but, you know, I'm looking forward to that. for a full release and not early access. Let me double check if that's true. I think it's... Yeah, it's not early access. It's a release, which to the credit, you know, I always appreciate that. But at the same time, if you're going to have a roadmap, that seems more early access, like, you know, kind of feel like if you're going to do the roadmap thing, then it might have needed more time to cook. I don't know. Whatever that is, it's too large. A lot of the items are too large to enjoy. Like, I just can't play around them. So I do wish for more ability to mess with the inventory. To have some more control over it, because by the time you get to mid-late game, there's too many things that you would like to have and you can't have, and it kind of becomes a frustration. Rotate this to fit. Alright, just 1 second, I'd help Baby Druski with something real quick. Okay, orange cat. Need to move. You don't like the style of the game? Well, it is a Slay-the-spire-like. I like the art. That's really something that draws me in. The art. Time will tell if there's more depth, you know. Right, I want to do the double damage here. Weapons give crush. Plate armor that I'm not really stacking, so weapons giving crush. Armor, dodge, losing crit, initiative and chaos, stabs give chaos. This thing just needs to go, right? Of course, we were doing like the whole buffing armor thing, and we're going to be moving away to buffing stabs probably. I guess I could keep this. I don't know. Campfire to get our guy back. The paladin might have a crush on her. Cursed obelisk that increases the sentinel's damage and chaos. It's health, armor, and order. Bad team. Can one-shot him, but I think we're gonna get some mana. Let's just attack my armor. Alright, Zerg. See you later. I don't think there's gonna be room for either of these. 48 versus 48. 30 and 15. Like, I don't know. I could try to squeeze it in there, but I don't think we're gonna get two things back, so it's not worth it to me. More gems though. We are doubling gem value. We could get a lot of thorns. A lot of order. Let's double that order. That is what I want to do. With success. All right. 50 order. Random character. Attack power. So, oh, did I just jump to the highest attack power? Hey, so I got the highest attack and defense. So that means at least I can tank more reliably. This guy targets random. We don't want that. It's a fair amount of vampirism. How do we fit that? So this one's buffing weapons. Armor. Yeah, this is still super inefficient, isn't it? Like this. It's still really bad. Also, this crit damage feels really bad because we have crit chance 3%. That said, though, you know, it's more dodge and more chaos. This thing was giving dodge and chaos too. This health, vampirism. Can we fit that in here somewhere? It's armor, so no, not really. More gems? We get double. My arm is getting very tired because I'm using the hotkeys, and I've got to reach over Orange Cat. And Orange Cat he's not like this. He's not a cat. He's more of a roadblock. I don't know. This is a very large feline here. On my desk. The croissant. Alright, so an instrument giving a lot of order. We're just gonna do that. It's the only thing I can fit. And is there a way? don't have any small enough armor for this to apply to. Dodge, I think, instead. It's a lot of slash we could double. We could get the chaos, but we're not going to want to bother doubling that, so it's going to be the slash. Let's see if we can. Ooh, all right. We got good odds, good odds. No whammies. It's a whammy. Fail. It was close. Finish it. Ooh, that is a small hammer. Using dodge. It's fine. Really good hammer, too. Weapons. Give mana, lose fortitude, initiative, and order. That would be interesting to actually have mana back. It actually wouldn't be bad for all of our instruments either. Could have 3 right here. I mean, I could easily just fit that right there. It would get a buff from this thing, too. Get a buff from this thing. Like, that's just so many. That's just so many buffs without having to think about changing anything. Armor gives mana, initiative, order, and chaos. The only one with any sort of armor. It's not much chaos. I don't want to lose dodge. I'm actually using dodge on both of these. Eh. Whatever. Moving on. Spent a lot of mana on that. That one a bit. You just gotta go. Another instrument. A lot of crush damage. We don't mind about losing the initiative or chaos. Weapons get acid and crit chance. We actually have some crit damage here. It's a common ring. We could just switch over from the whole armor buff, you know. Some point. Most of these are buffing armor, actually. Decent amount of crush. I could just put it right there. Call it a day. Like, this thing's pretty full. If these, they keep giving me the same ones. one in the back here has to go. I don't like that. Oh. Slash damage, crit damage. Dodge. Or affects mantles, and I don't want to fit it. Just more health and dodge. Damage to the target. Restores armor to a random ally. Order bonus is doubled. Damage to the target. Restores armor to all allies. Furious protection there. I don't need any more potions. We're gonna go on the right. Still feel like we don't have any good items. Buffs helmets with more armor. No thanks. Buffs plate armor. Nope. Good. And just a random instrument that I won't be able to fit, but I can at least obtain. With a 19? Very large. We lose a little bit of dodge and health. But, you know, we kind of get it back with the vampires. As long as we don't die. That's the problem, though, is he's actually getting hit really hard, isn't he? He's getting hit really hard. At least proportionally to his health. So maybe I do need to keep this on. Maybe we drop this for a second here. Let me. Just anywhere at all I can put this. Because maybe there's a way. Get both of these. Alright, the whole fam just got home. So I could give some buffs to armor. Or some health buffs here. It's right there. This buffs armor as well, using mana, losing dodge, but get initiative order. 24% dodge is kind of important to my living strategy right now. Do this. Yeah, I'm okay with this. These things were too large to be worth anything to me. I also inherited somebody's unwanted drink. That was fun. You couldn't get into Slay-the-Spire, but you really enjoyed the demo of this game. Fair enough. Slay-the-Spire is like the on the one hand it's like the granddaddy of all of this, but it's also kind of intense, right? Like you kind of need to have the deck building thing. Like this skips the deck building, so this is a little bit more approachable without deck building, which honestly I love deck building, so I don't have a problem with that. But I can totally see why some people just don't like playing with the cards, having the whole deck, having to manage it, knowing which cards to look for. A lot more going on there. You could kind of say that about the items here, but I feel like there's way less control over the items, and so it kind of is meaningless to try to have a build, pre-planned build. So yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Is more dodge an option? I think yeah. Of course, we just took some of it away. Punishing, yeah, well, don't forget, if you've played a lot of it, you're probably playing on the higher difficulties. That's when it's really punishing. It's actually not too bad with lower difficulties. It's really not. Bunch of order buffs. Mana, that's a lot of mana. Is that worth trying to fit in? Like, we'd have to do some serious... Like, we'd probably lose 2 items to get 1. If I did this. You know, we'd lose... Between those, that's 40 crush damage... and 16 fortitude, which is not an insignificant amount. And then we also lose 1 instance of, well, of this, the 28, because this one's only touching 1, this one's touching both. So, because I'm looking at dropping both of these for it. Just gonna go ahead and do that. We get some crush out of it. It's mostly just for the mana. Give us a little bit of order. No, we're actually going to lose order overall. I think it still might be worth it. Just that much mana. It's only giving its buff to 1. I don't know. Overall, I don't know if that's actually better, but I'm going to give it a try. We're going to hold on to these 2 for a minute. You can only play as the warrior in the demo. What is his most important stats to focus on? You can actually be successful with a lot of different ways. If you build him as a tank, you need to have a damage dealing ally. Like these, your party is a big deal. You can definitely have your party dealing damage. So you can do a tank as a warrior, and have your party do it, or you can have your warrior do the damage. And to do that, you're probably going to be going with crits and swords. I don't really like stacking. I can't show you right now. I don't really like stacking armor. I like getting armor from a ring and then stacking weapons. That's been my most success so far. Let's give armor to everybody. And then it's gone. That again. Should be able to finish it, yep. No, we missed! Not cool! Instruments, that's a lot of order. It rotates, forget it. So does this. It does get bonus from Blacksmith Gems, which we still have 2 more to get double with. This affects plate armor, which I'm not running. And then this just affects instruments, but it's huge. Oh, that's so frustrating. I really don't like that mechanic at all. What's worth the most? 144. Alright. Affects jackets. We don't have any. I need to completely revamp whatever we're doing at the Witch here. Mantle gives chaos. Which we have the one, but I don't want to keep. This is just worth more. In order, but only 16. This is more, but it's, of course, it rotates. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Crit chance. 30 mana for our main. That's a massive amount. We're not doing anything with crit. Of course, it's a low roll. It'd be easy to do. Crush damage is actually a good amount too, but this is only 6 and it's 30 mana. I think I'm just gonna do it. I am A-okay with that. So, restores armor and applies fury to self. But we're getting 252 fury here. Every 3 turns... No, it should always be me. Yeah, this guy's great. I like this guy. Hat. Fix jackets with dodge, but it rotates. They both rotate. This one's smaller. 64. Oh, this one's worth more. Alright. Another hammer. Weapons give a ton of slash and crush. Legendary jacket that buffs hats. It'd be kind of tough to fit over here. Let's see. The game loves rotate. Yeah, and I don't. Like, I get it that that's a mechanic. I get that, but it's a frustrating mechanic. It is a mechanic that causes you to interact with the inventory more. And that would be okay if I felt like I could have more control over the inventory. I feel very restricted. I don't feel like I have any way to benefit, like any way to manipulate the inventory. And honestly, I feel like this is an area that if the game had like relics as rewards, so you fight an elite, instead of getting 2 great items, you know, like epic and legendary, whatever items, instead of 2, you get like 1 plus a relic. And the relics might be like, let's buff your inventory space, you know? I would love that. I would love that, because then it's giving you less total items that you just feel like, well, this is cool, but I can't use because I'm doing that left and right here. And I'd have a lot more control over this. Now this is just a 100 health, mana, and 9 dodge if I ignore the hat bonus. In fact, there is a hat here, right? So I could actually get this. Okay. I can even swap this thing out. And then there's room for an armor. Lose dodge. Yay. Crush only damages armor, right? No. Not correct. Crush gets double damage versus armor, but will still do regular damage versus health. So say there's an enemy with 100 of each. It's got 100 health and 100 armor. And you're going to hit it with 150 damage. All crush. Right? So it's got 100 and 100. Hold on a second. We can fix this. Oh, I thought I could bring up my MS Paint, but it's not working. Yeah, okay. Oh, it makes sense. Okay, so yeah, if it's 100 and 100 and you hit for 150, but it's all crush, you would only need 50 to break through the 100 armor because it's doubled. The remaining 100 would do the 100 damage to the 100 health, and you'd actually kill it with 150. Hopefully that makes sense for everybody. Irritant. Yeah, and so reverse, it'll work the reverse for the slash damage, right? So slash does regular damage to armor and double to health. Oh, 9,999. He is getting stronger each time. I guess I don't want to take too long. I was going to just farm some mana back from him. Okay, staff. Both staff. Okay. Oh, but that disappears. Why do you gotta disappear? All of these, like, rotate and disappear. I don't like it. I don't like it. I really like the auras. I really like, you know, sometimes on one side of it, like, all that, the Tetris auras I like. The other effects do not. This is gonna disappear in 5 battles. If I could check my map, which I can't, then I would look to see how many battles I have left before the end, and we might be able to just grab this. We don't have that many stabs. We're trying to start building up a few. I think I'd rather the chaos over the vampirism. She's not getting hit. It is 9% dodge, which is quite nice. Now we got some stabs. Acid damage and chaos. Not a lot, though. Thorns and chaos. It's a lot of chaos, but I don't... Oh. I think we just want more total stabs. I think I'm ready to do the old switcheroo again, so bear with me. Let me read these again. Jacket. But it's 12% dodge. Like, this is actually just good on its own. 250 health, 12... Like, forget the aura. 12% dodge. I might keep that. This is Bard only. It is a ton of mana, vampirism, and order. I just don't think we can fit it without dropping this corner. The corner's giving me a fair amount of stuff. So... Paladin only. We know we're not going to do that. Okay. So back to you. And I'm almost certainly dropping all of that. This is the armor buff. Armor. Yeah, they're all armor buff. Alright, I can't do it. It's armor. 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 This is armor. So here we go. Starting over with you. Okay. These are any adjacency. It's not like having to be on one side. Just kind of put that in the middle. But this is going to give me dodge and crit damage for everything adjacent. I don't have any crit chance bonus. But chaos. One spot we might... Those my only stabs so far? I guess so. Oh, you can't even wear it? It's barred only. Oh, that's awful. That is awful. Okay, these affect armor. Affects hat. Just drop both of these. This is 250 health, 12 dodge, and 24 initiative. I guess... Well... We're losing a lot of mana, aren't we? Because this is only giving me the one of each of these instead of two of each of those. I don't like this either. I don't like it. This is just strong. Oh, it's barred as well. We have so much crit damage now. I don't want to equip this thing at all. I'll lose my 5% crit chance. Filling the space at that point. 75 health and 3% dodge, or swap this thing in for 240 health and 42 vampirism. That. It's something. It's something. Slash, crush, crit chance, but this again, this is only on my main. My main's not building any crit damage. We have nothing about that. We can just build up some more slash, maybe. Once the crush has happened, we don't have any bonus to. Of course, it's just harder roll. I'm gonna take the 80. It's not that much different, but it is very different on the difficulty. Scare, thank you for the follow. Glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying all of this. How's the game? I overall very positive. I want more, and you'll hear me talk about like just ideas, but like that's what happens when I get excited about a game, not when I'm like griping about a game. It's just like I get excited about it. I want more things, so I'll talk about, you know, more ways of manipulating the inventory, more ways of having rewards, like having relics and things. But that's mostly just because I get excited, not because I'm not having fun. So I really like the art. There is meta progression, which I enjoy, and you've got some good control over that meta progression. It's not just like these random unlocks. And so there's a lot of good to say. The overall theme is neat. There's a lot of lore potentially if you want to read into that when you unlock like the library and things. And there's a lot of items. There's hundreds and hundreds of items. The combos of like adjacency bonuses and all that, that's very rewarding. There's some that are not. They automatically rotate things. I just get rid of those. But at the end of the day, there's still only 4 characters. They've already released a roadmap. There will be more. We don't know when. But I feel like 4 is probably too few when you're always going to see 3 every run. Like, because you'll have 1 and then you have 2 of the other 3 as your companions. So you always see 3 every run. 4 seems a bit too few. And then by the end of a run, you're going to have just so many like legendary items that you're just tossing them out like, you know, sack of potatoes, right? So they don't feel legendary by the end because you can't fit them and you're just getting them hand over fist. So that's why I want to have like a different type of reward. I'm leaning towards something like relics because that's my favorite thing in Slay-the-Spire. Is collecting those, making cool combos. But you know, it's already out. So those sorts of things are major game design decisions that they have decided to do their like a different path than like my reaction is saying. And they're of course they can do that. I don't know how long the more content, but the roadmap does say a lot more content is to come. And all that's good. Because I'm having fun, I want more. It's not because I'm not having fun, it's because I am having fun. The character's looking at you instead of the enemy. So I've played a lot of RPGs, and there's a bunch of RPGs where they have the characters facing you, like SNES type things I'm talking about. And that's more just to identify the character better. Even think about like, I'm thinking like original Doom. You remember how like the Doom guy face is like right there facing you, which was always kind of this weird thing. Like, how's their camera? But, you know, you can kind of see his health based on his reactions. That'd be kind of cool. If your guy's getting beat up, the more damage he takes, he's got like, because he dodges and all these things. But as far as facing you, having the back of a character, I've never been a huge fan of like seeing the back of the head. You know, there's not a lot of excitement there for, you know, I got this cool character and then I get to look at the back of the head, the bald spot or whatever, the rest of the game. It's not like the end of the world, and I can totally get it, but like for me, it does not bother me if I'm kind of disconnecting, like mentally, I'm disconnecting the interface, the UI of the characters and their health and their abilities from the board. If you're thinking of these characters are lining up on the board facing the enemy, it's like a tactical, now they should be facing the enemy. But if it's a UI, which is what I'm mentally picturing. It's a UI, and I'm looking at this character versus this character, like they're character cards. Like you're playing a board game, and you've got like a character card in front of you, and I'm picking the ability on the card, and then it goes out and separately affects the board on the field, right? Like then there's a disconnect between the characters and that. And then to me, that's fine. I'm totally fine with it. But if you are imagining it as this is the battlefield and they're all facing you, then yeah, that's silly. So I get that. We still got another doubling. Let's do our order doubling again. I really like the art. I really like the fact that there's this hand rolling the die that I think is you, the player. We need more of that. Like there's these giant hands that are happening like in the art as well, like the doorways and all these sorts of different directions. And so I kind of want more of whatever this is, right? Whatever the metagame thinks it's happening is. Nice, we still get it. This is doubling that. I think my UI thing just now caught up with your follow, by the way, 5 minutes later. I agree, there's a lot of potential. It's not early access, so when you say it's a full release, it's kind of weird having a content game plan long term when like that's a normal early access thing. Having a like, you know, mile marker plan is kind of weird, but at the same time, I feel like so many companies are dishonest with their early access. It's more like a cash grab that it's kind of refreshing that they're like, hey, we're going to release this and then we're going to support it. Right? So like that's fine It's just having a roadmap is just kind of a we're so conditioned for early access and roadmaps that is a little feels out of place, but not because of them doing it wrong. It's because everything else is doing it wrong. The hands taking the items and putting them in your bag would be a good concept. Yeah, something like that. You do probably need a settings to speed up all the animations though, right? Because they're cool to see, but a lot of people are going to get like frustrated with just like the few extra frames that these animations take. Chris over on YouTube, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. I think all of my audio cues are separate from my video cues. I don't know what to do about that. We'll try to fix it someday. Not tomorrow, though. That is one of the Drusket's birthdays, so not working on behind-the-scenes stream stuff tomorrow. Drain mana. We have no mana. Joke's on you. They may also increase the Sentinel's critical power or damage. Now, critical power on the Sentinel is actually like... I got one shot yesterday playing this because the crit power is so high. Drain a large amount of mana from a random character and restore its health. We're just gonna... It's not crits. Crits are dangerous. Alright. Boss time. The boss is gonna... He just took all my mana. It's gone. I was hoping to at least cast once. I guess, hold on, I can. And I forgot to change out my items to be better. It's okay. Alright, so I want to... I could do a double crush, so we do like 5,000, but I think it's going to be more important because this looks like it's going to be a long fight with us having no mana at all. I think just getting a little bit of fury here will go a long way. Actually, it's 400 fury, it's not a little bit. Because we just doubled that order amount again. I'm going to do that as long as I've got mana to cast. Now, I do really like the boss concept that you are actually responsible for the combos that you're facing. So at the end of each act, I picked the head, the chest, and then the arms of the Sentinel. And so now I have to face what I just built. And so you have control over that. That's a cool concept. I like that. It's weird that there's no actual act bosses until you get to the final boss, so that's kind of a little weird. But, you know, hey. I do like this. Alright, we can't cast anymore. 8,000 damage. Everyone else is getting themselves killed. I could give them the vampirism thing, or we just let them go and I give it to myself. I might do it for myself just because of the initiative. Going first next turn might be a huge difference here. Oh, he's still before me. Wow, not bad on initiative. I am that bad on initiative. Why? So we're minus 150. I just gave myself 200. And evidently we're still negative from my gear, probably. It's because there's no initiative here. Okay, well, one more swing, I guess. So speaking of like the hands, right? Like I think those are your hands. You know, like there's these giant D20s laying around and like the giant hands at the start and your character refers to you as like the guide. I think this is like us and the characters run around on a D&D map or something. The gates swung open. A memory struck me across the face. Smoke and steel, the order of purity. A seal upon wax, a brand upon flesh. Remember the rite of oil upon the brow, the words. Ignite the flame within you. But what did it mean? Saw pyres, So the word cleanse so often my voice no longer trembled at the screams. Yet through the roar of fire I hear a whisper, no, that is not the way it was. If I bore justice, why do these memories breathe grave cold upon me? Let's move onward. I must remember whom my hammer truly judged. Most important thing we got was the harp. We got some memory shards. Got a new seal. I think this unlocks something for me. Maybe, or maybe I'm one more away. No, yeah, we need 5 for the arsenal. And I'm excited about whatever that's going to give for us. Laboratory gives us new potions, which I've not really utilized at all. And then, yeah, the bestiary, the reliquary. This is just information. And we're going to go to the barracks, and we're going to give another buff to the paladin, because I wanted, the goal today is going to be to beat it on the max difficulty, but probably with the paladin. I can do one more. 40 orders, good too. I'm gonna do the mana. Let's do it. Yes, so the first run that you win, you have, like the first one you play, you have the warrior only, just like the demo. And then by winning it, you unlock the witch, but you also unlock difficulty 2 on the character you won with. So the warrior would have access to 2. And then you win it with the witch, and you get the bard, but now she can do 2. Right? And then actually it's not in order left to right, because I have not actually played it all with the bard yet. But I've unlocked this. So I think it's just like win number 1, 2, 3 gives you unlock 1, 2, 3. Doesn't matter who you use. And then from there, wins per character is just unlocking the difficulties. So we're on the medium difficulty now. An order, which means I lived by doctrine. The doctrine decreed, capture mages, kill their accomplices. My brothers each bore a brand bestowed as regalia. Image of stained glass, a prayer book, the scent of incense, chanted litanies, massive cathedral doors closing, choir hymns descending into screams of agony. This is the cathedral where I served. Someone attacked my brothers. I cannot remember who. You are my witnesses. Witness. At your gaze, I shall never see the truth. Lead me to the next gates. Let's learn who is responsible. See how he's talking to us. There's our hands, I think. There's our giant D20. Bells. So 4 characters, 3 difficulties each. Thinking about picking it up today, but wondering what the replayability is like after you beat difficulty 3 and the 4 characters. I'm with you. So that's why today I'm trying to get through and beat 4. There is some, the metagame progression, the seals, but like what happens? Is there more? Now I know that the game, we've already mentioned this a couple times, the game devs on their roadmap, they are planning on more characters, more content, I think even events and things. But the game's released, so you know you kind of have to judge it based off of what it is now, not the unknown, because it doesn't have a date or anything on those on the roadmap. So right now, 4 characters, 3 difficulties each, conceivably 12 runs and you're done. Right? Conceivably. But it is less than $10 too, and I've already, you know, I've put in about 15 hours. Like, that's a single burger nowadays. It's $10. Mana chaos, mana dodge. Dodge chaos. Like, just because this is small, I'll probably be able to have this equipped on whomever. I do think you're gonna pick it up. Well, I think you'll enjoy it. I do think 4 characters is one short of where it needs to be, and not just because we always like. I want more. I already talked about I want more, but because every run you end up with 3 total characters. out of 4, there you go. Like, you're always going to have 3 of the 4 characters. Like, almost everybody available is with you every run. You almost have to have one more character just so that each run feels different from each other. Like, I'm playing the Paladin again. I'm probably not going to pick up the Warrior. We're probably going to have the exact same party we had last time. So I do think we need the more characters, and they are working on it. It's just, how long is that going to be? It's going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute. Yeah, that did look like a mace, but, you know, it's a staff, I guess. And we do want to have crush damage hammers for us. Double crush. Damage to all restores armor to all. But my critiques are not against the game. It's, again, I'm enjoying the game. I want more of the game. I don't think that a blacksmith thing, because you can't put gems in your inventory and save for later, I don't think blacksmithing is useful at all at the beginning. Like, I only want that at the end, so we're just going to go over here. I don't have any items that are worth keeping. And we could have some crit chance. The rest of these don't matter. Not really. This is worth the risk. Well, the doubles will get us there. Or the win! Alright, we got some crit chance. Okay. I'm gonna just pick up the warrior, I think. Have him do some damage. The bard I don't like as a secondary hero because he almost never does damage for me. I like him as a third hero just fine. And we didn't get the witch. Honestly, the witch is my favorite because the witch makes everybody else good. By doing the corruption, the witch is always good. And I can guarantee I get the witch. But just, like, we are guaranteed that we'll have the option of the witch. Like, we are guaranteed because there's only 4 characters. So by the end, we'll have that. But who else would we want? I could get the bard and then have my healer. The warrior will not heal. His ability to apply thorns to self when he's not tanking is not ideal. Actually, I am going to grab the bard. Because we're going to get the witch. Not seeing the sword. It's a very long sword. Crit chance, initiative, or keep stacking the hammers. I'm gonna go for this and then try to get it with a gem, if possible. Ooh, the dodge. Ha! 2 can play that game. Order, slash. Actually, it's chaos. It is dodge. Weapons lose armor, but gain acid and initiative, so do that. I don't think we had any armor before, yeah. No armor. So some actual damage now, a little bit of initiative. No, we're just gonna have another item here. Get a gem for that. Upgrade the character twice here. Upgrade. Not impressive. Not impressive at all. Ooh. Still something. Some armor to my buddy here. He always attacks random enemies, so he could easily take out my guy. The art on the last mantle, I wasn't paying that close of attention, but I would have liked it too. Yeah, we want that corruption. I do feel like the witch is the strongest character when we're talking bosses and everything. I don't know if I can keep that guy alive. Oh, it was just enough. Do I have enough to finish him? No. But you're gonna attack random, so 50-50 will attack me instead. I tried, my loyal bard buddy. I tried. I see this every run. And it's a rotating one, so I'm not picking it up. I don't like it. Buff to instruments with order. No, we're just gonna have all these hammers that we're picking up. And another one. And this is a hammer, by the way. So crush damage with that. Crush and fortitude and order. Smaller too. Not much order, not much crush. Like I feel like for now I can make that work. Excuse me. Okay. Takes up way too much of its space. I want them touching, but then I want this to be able to touch other ones too, so... And these are only hammers? Yes. Okay, well, we just got some more crush damage. Now we need a campfire. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do a solo battle, aren't I? Okay. Solo battle it is. I can buff vampirism or something here. We did get that crit chance. I could get crit damage. I don't have a lot of armor, so the health might be noticeable, but this is easier. Not easy enough, apparently. Okay, I didn't want it. I didn't want it anyway. Might have to throw those items on too. Okay. It's pretty great for me. Well, it's armor, so it's not that great. Great for our other guy. Kind of want that crit chance. Want these touching both of those. Here we go. I think we're good. Oh, it's not quite enough. Oh well. Definitely good though. Weapons give armor, lose dodge, give initiative. I can handle that. Or weapons give dodge, thorns, lose initiative. Yeah, easy peasy. Definitely not doing a thorns build right now. I'd much rather have the armor. Could have a lot of dodge. I just don't have much armor. Like, if you're not gonna have armor, then you need like vampirism or something to heal, and I don't have that either. Still, it's a lot of dodge potentially. Such a small amount of crush damage. Too big and only helmets, so no. Give me a second, let me get the bard back alive. We'll figure out our inventory again. It is losing acid damage, but I think this is really good for him. Now, we're actually losing out on the armor with that. We gain a little bit of health. Order. Miss out on the 20. I guess it's just 20 armor. So we lose 5% dodge, but everything else is good. We're getting armor even though we have no armor. So that's my preferred build anyway. Okay, so ice lowers initiative while fire reduces fortitude. So I mean, there's the theme of it, but it's really just corruption, right? Like it's just the same It's a theme Fire and Ice, but it's using this exact same debuffs that we already have. Strike the whole party. Or target with the highest attack power. Critical hit power? No. We don't want critical hit power. Learn that lesson. Not for the enemy to have it anyway. You already casting your spells, I see. It's massive. The items are too big. They're kind of unique with the sizes, so like the inventory is too small for these sorts of things. Like I can't build around that. Stop using up all your mana. Two. I do have blacksmith double gems. Fit. Another one. Of course, we're killing all of our acid damage with this, but we're getting a lot of order. It's fine. 200 crush damage, because we're doubling. That is worth the risk right here. Oh yeah. Easy peasy. Alright, and then because we knew that we were guaranteed it, let's go ahead and grab the witch here. Corruption slow to all. I should have seen if I could equip her. Have anything, do you? That's fine. Totally fine. Get another gem to be doubled. I still don't really have items worth writing home about, but that's fine. Ooh, 300 armor, 160 vampirism. Those are both really good. Because we're stacking armor, we won't see the vampirism all that often. The 300 armor is every fight, and it's easier. It's an easier roll. I'm just gonna do that. maybe not. We have 1 out of 6. I'm gonna give it a go. Nope. Oh well. It's a fair amount of mana, losing crit chance though. Okay with it. Cat, can't see. There it is. Could not see. Do we have anything that buffs armor? Like, damage based on armor, no. So we were talking earlier about like the characters facing you, and if you're looking at this like a battlefield where it's us versus them, then it's weird that they're facing you. If you look at it at down here, these are unit cards and this is your UI. I don't think it's so weird. I don't have a problem with it at all, because this guy is attached to this part of the UI. Like that's just an extension of his UI, just like the next guy and the next guy, and they're just part of what's in front of me, my cards in front of me. If I'm holding a hand of cards, looking down at a board game, right? They're facing me, the cards. And then there's the board. You know, that's just how I'm visualizing this. I don't have a problem with it at all. Plus, you get to see a lot more detail. Like, there's really not going to be any detail on this guy's back. Like, it's just a blob of gray. You know? Health and thorns. We're losing all that armor, so this is doing nothing. It's just stacking with that thing. Really want more potions, but I'm gonna go off to the right. I just feel like we need the items from the elites. I need to give chaos to my witch here so we actually get some more corruption going. Dodges. Some acid, some chaos. Initiative in order. Armor gives dodge, loses crit chance, initiative chaos. Second place. Okay, stuff for the witch. Losing all the armor, but we get a bunch of health. It's not great, is it? Now it's great. Okay. Much better. He can't heal me, so I guess he was kind of relying on that, but he can't do it. Okay. What am I doing here? He do damage based on his thorns. He's a stack thorns. And he dodged! I need a little vampirism on my own here. Closer than I like. So, acid, dodge, chaos, it's actually pretty decent. This, crush, and a little bit more crush. And I could easily swap it out with like this. I like that dodge though. Up to 20% seems okay. Ooh. Now we're talking. Chaos. Armor. We're going to be dropping all the armor. So this is going to be... It doubles effects from auras, actually. That might be worth keeping, then. I was going to say, I kind of like this one better, because 9% dodge and not required to be on the right side, but this doubles the aura, which means... Oh, those are armor, but we'll make it work. This is aura. That is 240 health and vampirism from armor. Like, I do still want to have some armor here. Ooh. Does not fit the way I was hoping. No, look at that! Look how perfect that would have been! Why? Oh, that would have been so perfect. They're all except this one. Touching 3. This is a staff. We should actually move this to right there. That is very nice. Not too bad. We still have a bunch of just useless stuff, but it's not too bad. These are not great. Double. Nope. Failed again. Okay, dodge and armor. Critical hit chance. Nope, nope, nope. I might do this just for the vampirism. I could throw that on here. I mean, easily we could have it just like next to this because that's an armor buff, right? That's maybe I just do leave it there after all. But you have vampirism 59, barely. Leave it there. It's kind of your thing. Mana. Kind of just between the chest or the ring. Still feel like we have no good items. It's a damage. Crit chance. I've been killing my crit chance over here. And we're killing my crit chance over here too, aren't we? Yeah. Oh. This is the one with crit, and we don't need... Oh well. We'll do some acid damage now. Why not? Why shouldn't I? Plate armor. Mantle. And that's much larger than it looks. But it is crit chance. I don't know. Maybe I can squeeze it in there. %8 crit chance is not bad. I don't see any way to fit in there without dropping this thing. I don't know if it's going to be possible. %40 crit chance now. We don't have any crit damage. I thought we had some because we rolled for it. We failed the roll. I remember now. I do. Now, overall, we lost a bunch of crush damage doing this, didn't we? Attack power 860. $42. Really? Hmm. 815 crush, but we're gaining some acid by moving the thing over. Yeah. And the slash from this, the 128 slash from that, which is okay. Okay with it. Once the armor's down, we can actually still do some damage. It is a staff. I could just put it right there, and then we get even more buffs. We get like the extra 22 chaos by placing it there. But for the moment, until we get something else to replace it, I want this guy to do some damage too. He's not currently doing any. We could get some mana back from the campfire. Seems like a waste because they just burn through it so fast. Yeah, it's not going to be backed by the boss, and the boss is the only thing that matters. Hurt. Need to get a little bit more damage here. We keep leaving them at 4 health. We actually lose the slash, but it's gonna be worth it, I think. Mana. Swap this thing out. This acid damage and 28 chaos is large. We'd have to drop the helmet thing. I don't want to do it yet. Still want to double my gems, though we have one over here. Potion. 110 slash. Make it 220. Or get some vampirism that I don't have any yet. Plus we've been failing, so let's get the lower difficulty. Okay. Could have had the big number, but it is what it is. Alright, we got some vampirism now. worth more. The way you wield it so precisely. Fortitude. But armor. Double crush. Damage, restores armor, random ally, but orders doubled. Of course, this is 3 mana only. It's actually pretty good. If it wasn't for the low cost, I wouldn't like it at all. Now, no mana potions. If we go to the right, we get like 3 yellow items potentially. Of course, it's fine. It's pretty much all elites from here on out. Rotates. Slash and crush on weapon. Jacket, nope. Hammers, lots of crush. Staff. Acid damage, chaos. More chaos. Rotates. Arr. I don't have a convenient spot for it. Cat, you're falling off the desk. Nearly as useful as I thought. 77 crush damage is worth trying to connect, I would say, instead of the 7 here. We'd lose that. I think having this adjacent to the ring is more important than having it adjacent to another weapon, because it's only 7 crush damage. I can't. I thought I rotated. Never mind. No advantage to that. Right, forgot we have a whole nother thing here. Health and armor. This needs weapons. Make it work somehow. We're about to change everything anyway with this. Slash, crush, crit, and initiative. That's something. I think that's changing this, right? So attack power 111, 1180, 1180, 1650. That's okay. It's A-okay. Leave it. I'm good with that. Whoa. It did actually restore health on me. Decent crush damage in order. Definitely going to be better than just whatever that is, so. How do we fit it? Fit it here. It's a little bit of mana. We'd actually touch this too. That's not bad. It's beautiful. Have you guys seen Project Hail Mary? It's very good. I read the book beforehand. Very pleased with it. Nimbly Boop, thank you for the follow. It's beautiful. Good to have you. I don't know if I can squeeze this in here. It's not that important. It's nice to have the mana, but not that important. Is that better than this? We get all the same buffs, so we'd gain 4 mana, lose initiative, lose order. Also just get some crush damage. I don't know. We're actually getting very close on the follows to the 2,500 mark, which is very exciting. No. At least on Twitch. Over on YouTube, we're actually close to the 2,000. And Kick is 1 away from 50. Who knows? All sorts of milestones happening soon. Ooh, ow. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm sorry. Alright, bio break. We'll be right back. We'll do this again. So, it is a dangerous time in the Druski household. A dangerous time. Mrs. Druski is currently browsing old photos and perusing them, and the kids are seeing these. So, very dangerous indeed. Okay, are we gonna keep going with the Paladin? I feel like he's not really using any of his abilities. Like, I'm not doing anything with them. Our goal of trying to beat the game's hardest difficulty, if we're relying on the Paladin, like, I'm just not feeling it. I guess he does tank okay, but it's no different really than the warrior doing it. Honestly, I still had the best runs with the witch there. We could do the bard, but I don't want to, like, I want to beat the third difficulty. I don't want to have to start over from the bard, because you got to do a full run. Honestly, this is still the strongest. If I just want to beat it, we could just beat it, but... Oh, sorry, I got the AFK thing still on. My apologies. Okay. Now we're ready. I guess we could stand to have a little bit more health, huh? Health and armor. Given that we just died. Okay. I'm gonna make this work. But also want to kind of just fly through it too. Get the item there. This is different, having the split path the whole way. I'm gonna try for a legendary item to start here, like a hammer. Okay, that's really tough to get, but we're gonna try it, I think. Okay, that's guaranteed we get it. But I don't think, oh, that's nice. I don't think this is worth 17. Like, it's a nice hammer, but I don't think it's worth the difficulty 17. Like, it's a large hammer. I mean, that's a lot. That's a big ask. For that to cost 17. Oh well, we got it. I guess it's because it's so long you can actually apply it to a lot of things, but it's awkwardly placed, so I don't know. More crush damage. Yep. Stone order. Speed. I don't care about speed. All the hammers. It's hammer time. Hammer. That's not a hammer. We're gonna have the same party, aren't we? Armor. Weapons. Using armor. Nope. Don't want it for my main. Not interested. Fortitude, mana, dodge. Anything? I do have something I'd put a gem in. Crush. Only 10 order, so I want some order, but not 10. Oh my goodness. I only have one reroll, and it'd have to be the win. I can't do it. Can't do it. Dodge. Ooh, what do we got? So crush damage, order, hammers, if on the top, crush damage order. It's a decent amount, but this is a huge space waster. It's a staff. Being legendary, it seems really bad. And then armor that buffs helmets. Okay. Make this work. Oh my goodness. Okay. Acid chaos, stabs, get acid chaos. Improves chaos each combat. I do like that. That's a feature that I want to see more of. And this doubles effect from auras too, I just saw that. So yeah, okay, great. I only have the one staff, right? This, we're gonna have to figure out how to make adjacent to all the things. We want it to receive the buff as well. This is giving 42, but this is actually going to get 84 crush damage. Obviously, all those are going to swap out, but I'm trying to find something that's consistently reliable to buff this. I'm probably going to have to do something more like that at some point here. Move that over, right? Almost. Stop! Hammer time! Not bad. It's full good. Not half bad. Move them up a spot. Do we have, are any of these doubling gems? Aura. No gems. So the armor is tempting because right now I don't have the, the things giving a ton of armor. So, but it's only 40. It is only 40. It's not worth our time. I'm just gonna grab this and see if we get it. It's not worth anything. Could get this. Oh, sorry, I looked at moving it up. I don't remember. It might not work out that way. Let's double check. It's not a staff. This is. We do have a little bit of slash. We would lose that. I'm just gonna grab this. Now that will buff. Okay, so you're saying move them up. Move this up and then rotate that here. Kinda sorta. Move all up. So now we have all, don't we? Well, there you go. Okay, highest attack power, highest defense. It's one we fought before. If I go left, I can get the upgrade and a blacksmith. If I go right, I can get the blacksmith only. Should get another upgrade. Yeah, we can get 2 upgrades at a blacksmith on the left. We just have to be a little patient. Good chance hat. And initiative. I use either one. Worth more. hold on to it until we get the bard, right? Great. Not really doing any crits. Still, 10% crit chance for 4 difficulty. There's nothing wrong with that. Because that's all I'm getting. Okay. Staff, some vampirism. I'm sure we can make that work. We're still barely scratching the surface here. Remember I had that ring. Well, it'll get moved. We're not going to keep it like this forever. Keep the dodge mana stuff going. We want the healer. Do some damage. Have more health. Again, 30 order is not that exciting. I do need a bunch of order. Like, we don't have much at all. I could get the slash damage. I'm not doubling it, though. That's significantly easier to get, but 30 is disappointing. Like one common item. We are struggling with damage. I don't have any... Oh my goodness. I don't have any damage. Also didn't get any ring that gives me a bunch of armor for my weapons, so we don't have much defense either. Reader, would I add you and your family, wife, son, and daughter, to your prayer list? Quite a few decisions ahead of us. Minor, major, it would be much appreciated. Of course. Absolutely. I'm gonna... Sorry, when I tab out, the music gets killed, but I am adding that right away. Done. Absolutely. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, it's not just a name, Pastor Druski. I'm a pastor, and I want to make myself available to be praying for people. I do before every stream. I've got a list, and you can either reach out here, you can reach out on my Discord, whatever's more comfortable for you. I'll share that Discord link. I've got a whole section on faith, whether for questions or prayer requests, and in fact, we have more than myself. We have a whole community we've built now that pray for each other over there. So yeah, absolutely, I will be praying for you. Been a lot to pray about lately with since I'm in the Midwest. There's actually been a lot of need in the Midwest with all the storms, the flooding happening. It's just too large. We can maybe fit this somewhere. Crush damage is not going to be a big noticeable difference. The mana might... The crit's always there to taunt me, but I just don't think... We're not doing a crit build. Could have gotten it, but we're just not doing the build. Double Crush is going to scale. Double from Blacksmith Gems, but it affects the helmets, and no, we're just not gonna. Okay, we get it. This is witch only. It's more important that this is touching than this, so we shift everything. This one's actually pretty good too at the 12 chaos, but I don't know, we're not using the order at all, are we? Regardless, it's not really a build yet. We don't have a lot going on there. We should have done the double crush there. I don't know what just happened there. Constantine might have been referring to... So, over on YouTube, we just got somebody auto-banned there. I don't know if it's a ban or a timeout. The Constantine just said PastorDruski.exe not found, which I have this AFK thing, which is kind of a Windows XP joke on that. And you might have been just responding to that, and if so, I apologize. I will have to investigate after the stream on what happened there. I can't manage it from here while in the middle of the stream. But yeah, the auto mod just like auto banned for that, and probably should look into that. Reader, you came across the videos a couple weeks ago. Another gamer put faith in God's word. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. And again, I'll be praying for you and your family. Dmitry Givitsky, Lootbound. Yes, yes, yes. Release days today. And with the gift sub, well, thank you. That's awesome. Congrats, Ingra. Thank you for that. Yeah, I really, really like the art, the presentation of Lootbound. I'm hopeful for the future that as they've released like a roadmap. I've talked about this a couple times on stream. They've released a roadmap on there's going to be new characters, new events, a bunch of new things. Even though it's not early access to where roadmap's kind of expected, they are going to be supporting the game. And so I'm looking forward to what it has. You know, it's one of those where hopefully we get I just want more. I just want lots and lots of stuff for it. Right now, I do feel like it could stand to have a little bit more. Oh, Dimitri, you are on our Steam page. Okay, so you are here from it. Okay, so feedback time. Thank you for that, by the way. Yes, there's a roadmap. It's there. It's not an early access, so a lot of people would interpret roadmaps to be early access. So you guys have it's a full release. The game is complete, but you're going to continue to support it. One of my critiques that you are addressing in the roadmap is more characters. And that's not because the 4 characters are bad, but because the design to have 3 per run means that you're going to see 3 of the 4 every run. And if you want to guarantee, you can guarantee the same 3 every time. You can always have the same characters if you want. There's no... If I like these 2 companions with this main hero, I will always have them. There's no you know, RNG in that associated with that. And that's okay. It's not like it's a bad thing, but it does feel less roguelike replayability if I'm going to just min-max with a squad that I like the best. I think once you get that extra character in, that 5th one, that means that there's always somebody that you won't see, and that changes it. It changes it a lot. And Reader, thank you for the follow, by the way. Now, I really like items that build over time. So I'm very excited about this right here. It needs to be placed on the right edge of the inventory, which is a problem. So this one also has to be on the right edge. This is buffing plate. We're not going to really use the aura, but just the basic thing here is actually really strong. The health and the armor. Really strong. 10% of the whole game is complete. We decided to exchange yearly access badge for 35% discount. And I guess many players really enjoy it. Well, okay. Okay. When you say 10% of the game, does that mean you've got 9 times more content here planned? You're the founder of our duck. Well, goodness. I'm not on a screen that can really... The art, loving it, loving the presentation. So really, really appreciate it. I'm gonna grab this anyway. We're gonna see if we can make that work somehow. Double effect from 4. So I really like just the gameplay with. I've got a love-hate with several of the mechanics here. I love that some of these items have auras. You know, obviously rarity based. I love that some of them are based off of being on the edge of the inventory, right? Like that creates a certain amount of push-pull on what you need to do. So I'm okay with that. I really like the ones that build up over time. So this is getting crush damage over time. Loving all that. You know, double damage for auras here. I do not like the rotate ones, and I think you've already gotten a lot of feedback about that too, but I don't like the rotate ones. So I like that there's a lot of variety with the items, and you've got hundreds. For people who don't know, if you look at when you unlock like it's not the bestiary, and it's not the library, it's reliquary maybe. When you unlock that and you kind of see what all's out there, literally hundreds, like thousands of items total, hundreds of each category. So there's a ton. There's absolutely a ton. And I can get it that for each one to be different, that takes a lot to have something different each time. I totally get that. I just don't like the rotate, sorry. The rotate ones where it's like only partially ones there. 100% handmade, 2 years work. That's incredible. That's incredible. Well, congratulations on it. Like this is well made, enjoyable. I'm curious if there's any way to manipulate or any idea to manipulate the equipment. Over the stream, I've given a couple feedbacks. One was the character thing I already mentioned. And again, most of this is rooted in a excitement for the game, wanting more rather than disappointment or anything like that. You know, it's more like I'm excited, so I want more, so I kind of get creative on like, okay, what else would be cool? So that's good that the game is inspiring that. So in that vein of excitement wanting more, one of the things I mentioned was more characters. You guys are already going to be doing that. You've already said you're going to do that. Another thing that I think would be very useful is ways to expand the actual inventory here. Because the items are so very large, you really are unable to play with very many items total. And there's so many items you get over the course of a run, especially like we fight an elite. We get two high level items all the time, right? So you're already incentivized to get a bunch of rewards, but you're gonna have to throw away a lot of these because you just cannot fit them. Obviously people like to play the Tetris game and fit as much as they can, and so that's rewarding. And you don't want to trivialize that by giving too much, but at least a little element of control, even if it's a matter of like a couple of boxes. You don't have to do like a whole column, like a couple of boxes, so that way I can kind of squeeze in. If I could put this thing right here, it needs to be on the right side. If I could have some control to be able to say, okay, add 2 individual squares to my inventory, well, I could absolutely add them to the right of this, move this thing over, and that changes my whole game, right? So that'd be very rewarding as an event that gives you, we've got events that give you gems, we've got events that give you items. What if there's an event that gives you a square on your inventory? Another thought was, and this would be a whole category that would just be a can of worms, and I don't expect any you to do any of this, but it's just a thought. A lot of games within this genre, the roguelike genre that we're playing here, have relics. So a party-wide buff relic. And then the reason why I like that, first of all, I just like combos, making combos with relics, finding this thing, and then, oh, I got it this run, now I can make this cool combo. That's already a fun feature. But having a relic as an alternative reward means slightly less items, because I feel like by the end of the game, I'm throwing away items left and right. So slightly less items, but still feeling like I'm gaining something for being rewarded for the battle. So that's my 2 cents here. Nimbly says, congrats on a great game. It's your first time playing a game like this. Tegan made a suggestion midway through the stream. It would be a first you see in a game. I don't remember what it was, Tegan. I'm sorry, I don't remember what it was. But all that said, Dimitri, not in any way of like, hey, the game has failed because it missed this thing that I just, pulled out of thin air. I'm not saying that. It's just because I'm excited, because I'm enjoying it, the creativity gets moving. So it's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if? And every time you have one of those wouldn't it be cool if, that's like another year of development. Like, I get it. Like, it's like, wouldn't it be cool? Yeah, it'd be cool. We can't do it. Totally get that. So the plan, first of all, we'll add a few new heroes by the end of the year. Balance we updated a bit, and a few more surprises. That's great. I like, keep the surprises, but a few heroes is very exciting news. Thank you for that. Oh yes, Tegan. So Dimitri, Tegan had a idea when you have the bard in your party for him to actually be playing, like strumming some music because he's a bard in your party. So like your music, the actual music changes, not just when he attacks, but like, the score of your run. Okay, so this thing, if I'm going to use it, right side of the inventory, Can we, like, I can't give them to buff each other here, not without rotating that, but I might be able to have this thing move over? It's gonna be a mess. I don't know about this. Not gonna be able to touch that either. And I like this that it's improving after each combat, but by itself, it's not gonna do much. Of course, these are all gray. They're not all that important regardless. But long term, we're gonna want more. My 2 cents are pennies from 1742. They're expensive. Yeah, my input here is not some small feature that would be easily implemented. I recognize that, and I'm not expecting any major change in the game. I'm just like, I'm excited, so I'm sharing the excitement. One thing though, that might be an easier feature would be that, as far as feedback goes, would be in the settings to have a checkbox for whether or not you want the game to mute when you tab out. And this is just because I'm a streamer, so a lot of times I will click out of the game and we lose all audio, and it just is jarring for anyone listening. So I click back into the game, we get our audio back. So just having that checkbox would just be a quality of life thing. This thing though is the shape of this is just killing my quality of life for sure. This is not easy. Okay, so we can fit that, and we can probably fit this, and then that's just what I'm gonna do for now. We get slightly less of this buff, but we get slightly more of this buff. So at the end of the day, it's slightly less order, slightly more crush, I guess. And then this. Is good, is beautiful. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Once again, just thoroughly enjoying the game. So weapons getting armor. Yeah, this is something I definitely want to implement here. We're probably going to take this out. Only touching 2. We're only going to touch 2. I guess we can put this back in. It's any weapon, so I could... Do I have a... No, I don't have a little dagger or something. A couple of those. That's exciting though. Multiple heroes by the end of the year. I'm glad you've got your roadmap there. That's actually more than what I was expecting from the roadmap. Maybe you can communicate that a little bit more. Just that it's not just a single hero, or it's not a... I don't think the roadmap has a date assigned to it. So when I look at the roadmap, it was like open-ended, and so it's kind of like, well, this could happen 2027, 2028. I don't know. It could happen years from now. So it makes it less real on the roadmap. But we're saying we're getting it by the end of the year. A couple of them. That's awesome. You need to tell us that. You know, that, like, get that out there. One more present. Hope this is the final boss. Well, thank you so much, Dimitri. Really appreciate that. That was awesome. Congrats, Turbo. Well, thank you so much. Really enjoyed the visit. Double crush with the crit. This gives crit chance every time. Dodge, crit chance, initiative. I mean, I could kind of make that happen, or we go for the staff thing. So, decent amount of acid damage, and we're not doing any damage yet here, so that actually would be very nice. Like, crits and everything would be great, but we have no damage. Still, it is crit chance per battle. I'm going to do it. Okay, same one. And then minus crush, but we get fortitude, thorns, and order. Yeah, I'm going to get this. Now this buffs jackets, which I do have one. Wasn't going to keep it, but I've got it. Dodge initiative is actually not that much buff. I mean, it is dodge, but we're stacking crit chance with it. Mantle, hood. I do have 2 jackets. Okay, so this needs to be top edge. Oh, it drops below. Okay, right. And then affects staves. I can just swap it with this. Just realized that's not touching that one, but it's okay. No. Let it grow. Meads, hello. Good to have you. I'll be certain to spread the word. We just had not just one of the devs, but the founder of the game's dev studio was here talking about how they're planning more than one new hero, but before the end of the year. So the game is getting a lot of love. It's going to continue to get content, even though it's not like early access or anything like that. You've got a complete game. It's going to continue to grow. What genre is this? What does it play like? I would say most like Slay the Spire, but rather than deck building cards, you are inventory managing and rolling a few dice here and there. So I personally have not played Backpack Battles. It is a roguelike. Roguelite, perhaps we should say better. I've not played Backpack Battles, but I think that the inventory management is similar. So you can see like the Tetris game I'm playing, different rarities, and then there's a lot of these that'll buff adjacent things. So like usually the purples and the yellows, this staff affects other staffs that are adjacent to it by giving them more chaos. That's an aura. And so these other staffs are buff. But then this one gives other ones more. And so they're all, see the highlighting, they're all affecting each other with their own unique buffs. And then like certain ones need to be placed in certain locations. So for example, this thing, if I place it next to the wall, it affects everything to the left of it. Things like that. Things like that. Ooh, and Kia has given us an opportunity to witness a sloth. That's right. That's right, chat. Thank you, Kia, for the noble sloth joining the channel over there with the kick ban. Appreciate the opportunity with your spam to spread joy. Meads, you really enjoy roguelike games, but the hype dies off so fast for you. Have not found one that feels super high replayability. I don't want to overpromise. This is going to be within the same genre of things like Slay the Spire. For me, the big selling point is like the art. kind of the lore, the unique feel of it. I do enjoy the Tetris game. If the Tetris game is not your thing, like that's kind of what this whole game's about. So, you know, this is instead of a deck builder, it's Tetris. So there's that. But, you know, if all those things are checking off boxes and the game's on sale, 35% off, it's a good fit. So we're in an elite fight right now. You know, there's regular fights, there's elite fights. This fight will have higher rewards, which is why we chose it. Over time, you add more abilities to choose from. You've got mana. I am the character on the left. I have a party that I'm not directly controlling to the right, but it is deterministic, not random. So what they do is they have a default attack that has a, you know, kind of a secondary effect. This one will apply corruption to the target, which means they take more damage. This one will apply a heal to a random ally. Self-explanatory. But the second ability that they have is triggered based off of a condition. This entropy arrow is triggered if there's one monster exactly. So it's a boss killer situation. It deals bonus acid damage based on your chaos stat, applies corruption. It does its thing. Costs mana, but it's triggering on a known scenario when there's one monster. And I think this guy might be... Okay, yeah, whenever a party member is below 50% health, he's going to cast a heal that also gives thorns. And so I can plan around those things. I can also check out what the enemy's going to do and know that he's going to attack the top one first. The enemy with the highest defense power, and that's a known factor. You can check what that is, and applies thorns to himself. And then every 2 turns, attacks a random enemy, deals bonus damage based on his current thorns. So remember, the first attack is applying thorns, the second attack is getting stronger because of the thorns. So you can kind of see over time he's going to get stronger. Your characters have an attack and defense power, just adding your health and armor for defense and adding your various damage stats to attack. It's pretty straightforward on that. So he's highest defense power, it's going to be my paladin, and that's what we want. He's a tank. We're going to do our ability to do double crush damage. Crush is a damage type that naturally deals double damage to armor. He's got 2100 armor. So we're already going to do double the damage to that, and we're going to now double our doubling, which means we get fully through that crush damage, and now we can start hitting his health. Fully through the armor. There's other types, like Slash will do double damage to regular health, and then there's Acid that just ignores the armor entirely. I'm going to conserve some of my mana here. Dynamo! I enjoy a roguelike that throws in another element like this. You enjoyed Aces and Adventures for its poker element. I did not play that one yet, so... Sounds like you did. You enjoyed it, though. Yeah, so it's a roguelike that is unique because it's got a totally different approach. We do know, having chatted with the dev for a little bit, that there is going to be more content coming along the way. There's literally, everything here is hand-drawn. There's literally like thousands of items. Like at least over 1,000 items. I don't know if there's multiple thousands, but there's over 1,000 items. And so all of them are of like a different shape, different stats, different, you know, somehow they're different from each other, you know, it's cool art. And then you kind of, over time of the run, you're building something. So this has the weapon here gives crush damage, fortitude reduces damage taken, and then it has an aura that affects other hammers, giving them order. Order is my magic stat. So whenever I magically gain more armor, it's based off my order stat, which is off to the right, 249. We'd get more per hammer it's touching. Of course, I don't really have room. I could have it instead of this. So we could do that just fine. Or I could get this legendary jacket, which will give health, but it also affects hats and makes hats next to it give mana and order as well. So over here, I think I've got something that affected. Those are hoods, not hats. And then this affects jackets. Right, so I could swap this thing out instead of the gray stats. It comes naturally to the item. The yellow stats are from the aura. This is giving an aura of dodge and initiative. So the yellow stats we can ignore. The health and mana, I could just get more health, and then it would give a bonus to a hat, which is what this is. of mana and order. So I could potentially have those buffing each other, or I could do the hammer thing buffing each other. Like, all of that's good, but I think I'm going to do this because our guy here needs something. You can rotate but not flip. Good question. I really wish I could flip. Maybe there... Okay, I don't know if our dev's going to come back or get any of this feedback because he's kind of maybe checking out all the streams. I don't know. I don't want to presume that he'll hear what we're about to say, but maybe an event that gives you a item, like another gem, but something you could keep in your storage. Oh, I should have mentioned keeping gems in your storage. But if you have an item that would let you flip something, how amazing would that be? Like, I get it that they want to like limit that, but have it as like a reward, something you can do once, twice per run. On the poly, if you take the ring out, flip hammer upside down on the bottom right. Are we talking this one, or did we already move past? We'll probably move past, like down here. Probably move past it. This will buff helmets. I'm not really going for helmets. This is just too large, but what does it do? Double, so it's 80 crush damage, 20 order. Gives all hammers adjacent to it a ton of crush damage in order. And, but only if it's on the bottom. And double bonuses from blacksmith gems, which is actually very potent. I can pick it up and play with it because this there's no way I'm using this. I really don't think there's going to be any world where we fit that. These are also worth metagame currency. So the blue gems in the corner of that item is something I can sell and get metagames. So I'm not missing out by picking this thing up. That's the currency right there. I just sold that and got some more. During the big Steam demo event, you played quite a bit of this. Was a lot of fun. Okay, good. You can gain flip dice that depended on rarity gives you a harder chance on it working. Right, right. Yeah, something though. Something that would let you have some power up like that. You know, that would feel pretty good. Okay, so this is a lot of crush damage. If we can make this work, it has to be on the bottom edge of the inventory. I'd have to put it maybe like right in here, but this one has to be off to the right, and it's getting crush damage every battle, so we're actually hoping that it's up to something. Now this thing I could potentially move over one. It's no longer touching this, so we lose, but that's only 21 crush and 21 order. But if I did move it over, if we could flip it, I don't think the item's too big. Same deal, flip. Rotate the top right. I had it that way for a reason at some point. Oh yeah, it's because I wanted to have it underneath that. But yeah, we can work with this now, can't we? Now this one has to be touching that right side in order to get its bonus. This has to touch the bottom, so not gonna get along. This has to be touching the right side as well. Almost. I could still just run this thing anyway because it's getting the crush damage per battle. I could do something like this, but it's not going to give that bonus to anything. It does seem like a combo they don't want me to have. I agree. I can get other hammers back. They're floating around all over the place here. But now we have adjacencies and getting those bonuses. I think overall we're getting more crush than what we had. I don't want to miss out on this thing. Oh, that's paladin only, isn't it? Ah, of course it is. It's like, well, somebody else could use it. Take the ring, outfit, hammer, put... This is kind of... The ring being as large as a hammer is it's a very large ring. Like that. Now the other thing is, by moving them all down, this thing is only buffing stuff to its left, and it's buffing none now. Not getting anything. This is just better all around than that. It's just massive. Buffing 3. Either way, it's buffing 3, but this way, this guy's buffing 3. We're only buffing 1 now. Top left have to be top. It does. Yeah, the top left has to touch the top. But its buff is less important now. It is getting double effects from auras, which actually means I really do want it touching this one. This has the best aura right now. This one has the most potential things it can buff because it's all those spots, and anything just has to touch one tile of that. This one I almost have to keep because I've also got the gems on it. Like, I can't get the gems back out. So this one, we've invested. But it's getting the double effect from the auras. I don't have to get the aura, though. I don't have to put this on the top. If we can just skip that. Hold on. What if? Gotta work on this. Could kind of do this too. If only this could work on the opposite side, but even so, it's still touching. I might just stick with that. I don't know. I might just keep that. What do we think? At this point, this is not getting an aura at all, and I'm okay with it. It's getting crush damage. So right now it's at 50 crush damage, but it's plus 20 every battle. So it'll be, you know, 100 plus. Yeah, crush is over 1k. Yeah, we've gone up. I think overall this is a good thing. Excuse me. We might have missed out on a little bit of incidental stats, the fortitude, the order. I'm okay with this. Let's roll. Crit chance, 15%. Whoa. I was kind of skipping crit earlier, but I'm gonna do that. We don't have any crit damage. The double will get us there. Nope. That. So for those just joining, there's no act boss in each run. Instead, it is a build a boss for the final boss. So we are picking an element for the final boss, one or the other. So this will increase the Sentinel's damage and chaos, or increase their health, armor, and order. So offense, defense. I don't feel like I have all that much offense. Honestly, I don't feel like I have all that much defense either. We're gonna go for the less threatening initially anyway. And everything improves, like, it's pretty pretty great. Armor, fortitude, order, yeah, great too. It's health and chaos, but that's a bunch of initiative and order. No idea if I can fit that here. I have no idea what I'm doing with you. That's fine. Moving on. All the potions. We have so many items that are building off combat. This pathway here, I think, is the most appealing. Whoa! Whoa! Chill out! I need a little more health there. I need to reevaluate that. Weapons give fortitude and thorns. Probably not, but... I can still have it next to a weapon. For a little bit of fortitude and thorns. All our mana's gone. Mana, fortitude, vampirism, chaos. Okay, then. So much for the fortitude thing. Mana, order, oh yeah, we just swapped this, don't we? This is only touching 3. There's probably a place to put. But I was keeping these because that's, what, 15% dodge right there? Like, that's keeping me alive. We're taking 48 extra damage. Now we're taking 60 extra damage. We heal more vampirism than we have health. That's a good thing, right? Is that supposed to work? You'll be fine. Yeah, you get, yeah, oh, it's absolutely a problem, Meads. One turn kill. Vampirism will not save me. Exactly, but it's what I have. Like, that's the inventory that I've got to work with right now. You're 100% right that it's not a good place to be. 125 health. It's a hood. If I had anything that needed hoods, now's the time. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I enjoy the... No, your observation is absolutely right. It's just, it's the inventory we have. We're going to try to rectify it here. We're going to try to get more health, but, you know, until We can fix it. We play it off as if it was all intended. Slash and crush. I don't know if that's going to be 100 health. The armor's getting removed at from something. No, that was this one. This one. Thorns we don't care about, but it's 100 health. Do I dare lose 6% dodge for another 100 health? Oh. You can revive at a campfire. Yes, but not mid-battle. That's the wrong side. I don't want to lose 9% dodge. Keep it around. Yeah. Anytime you're hitting random characters, we're in trouble. But the vampirism got it right back, you know, just have to live that first hit. So 9% dodge, but it's smaller, or a instrument. We're just relying on dodging. 37% dodge is not bad. Bugging somebody, I know. It's okay. Move all of, these over. Still can have this one touch, can I? Do I have double bonus from blacksmith gems? Yes, I do. Let's go. 150 order. 180 armor. Let's do the order. Yeah. So this is getting double bonus from the gems. Not bad. And this thing is just gaining crush damage. Remember how we were just at like 1,080 or something? Now we're 1,100. Like we've gained 10% more damage just from keeping this thing around, getting 20 crush per battle here. Not bad. Highest attack power, highest defense power, highest defense. So that should always be me. Oh yeah. Nice crit chance. It's a hammer that I can't fit anywhere. We could have this instead of that, but then it's like I'm losing 9% dodge. That 100 health. I don't know if that's worth it. Fortitude. Bunch of order as well. Hmm. 952 armor, though. That's from us getting the order bonus doubled, but we have that, you know, we've got a bunch of order. A lot of it's from that doubling that we just had. We got to do it again here, so I can one-shot that. Might be able to finish him off. The damage, dodge, chaos. That's pretty good. Can we fit it anywhere? No idea. It's damage and dodge. It's not much acid, but it's still dodge. If I could afford to drop that, I would. This is giving 8 chaos. This is just, yeah, we're just getting the 8 from the aura. I could swap these two out, and it's a gain. It's a net gain. More acid damage. More chaos. Then, oh, can't equip it. Which only? Okay. I thought I was clever. I was wrong, but I thought I was clever for a very brief time. Okay, final ability. Damage to the target restores armor to all allies. Or health and armor to all allies. The fact that we have, like, that's still 400 armor. Still pretty great. Mana. It's an 80, lowering the enemy damage. I still have another double blacksmith gem slot. I don't think anyone else has double. Effect from auras. So we want at least one. There are 2 if we go to the left, and then a 3rd potentially. Yeah, let's go get it. Vampirism on my main? Or 150 more crush damage? Do we have vampirism yet? We do. We actually have some. Vampirism on anyone else? It's kind of more of a max health problem than a vampirism problem. I'm going to grab the crush. All right. 50 crush damage coming up. Ow. Random character, highest event. So yeah, you're the one who's got to go. With the crit. 400 armor is no joke. Crit chance as well. Can't fit it. There's no way. And that's, well, it is universal. And then 250 health. I think we will fit this somewhere. I think we will. Now we're still lowest here with our health. We're losing 6% dodge for that 250. I could potentially swap this thing out and get both of these. 9% dodge back. Yeah. So now it's 650 health, and then can we make this work? We lose a little bit of vampirism, but we get health here. So everyone wins. Okay. I don't have any ring that's buffing armor, I don't think. At this point, you're getting a lot of armor. I could just throw some armor on one of my characters. 10 with slash is no joke either. We're not doubling it though. Still, just 80 armor on the witch, just so that we have that to begin with. Get that cushion. It's really not bad. I'm just going to do that because I do feel like our squishiness is our danger. Plus, that was a low roll. You only get 40 because we're subtracting some armor from somewhere. This thing. Okay, well, we have 40 armor. So be it. We're going to do this. That should give us... Everyone gets 476 armor. I like the corruption stacking. I think we got something really good there. The dice mechanic looks forced for the sake of it. I don't know. Might be an eye of the beholder thing. Like I haven't felt like it was forced just because going into the game I knew it was there. And so it just was part of it. I hadn't really thought about it as being like forced into it. I mean, if you're coming at this from, say, a D&D background, which I've actually only ever played, like, you know, the CRPGs and things like that use the mechanics. But if you're coming at it from that, dice is kind of a natural thing for a dungeon crawler. I feel like if you're going to have it, maybe have more mechanics that do utilize it. Maybe have more mechanics that let you manipulate it, because we got the die, but, you know, you can't manipulate it very much. So maybe more interaction with it. I don't think forced is the word I would use. Buffs, jackets, crit chance. Minus order, minus chaos. I don't think... I mean, that's a fair amount of damage. I just don't know what we would put that. We'll still pick it up. Yeah, I don't think forced is the word. The art on the turban, yeah. Dice should decide a branching path, not just you having something or not. Just think about it. If you lose all dice rolls, what does that add to the game? If you win all of it, what difference does it make? This is a good point. That's a good point. This is why I think a little more agency in the dice. A little more decision making. Dice might be more of a push your luck mechanic rather than an all or nothing. If I get nothing, it's because I chose to get nothing. To risk getting nothing, rather. I have had several runs where I feel like I failed on every die roll. And yeah, it hurt. Because that's like the only thing you get out of it. Maybe as some sort of consolation prize. You still get something. You know, a reduced version of it. A greater or lesser gem. You know, here's the greater gem with the die roll. Oh, you failed, you get the lesser version of the same thing. Half as much stats. Pretty much every item can have a gem. Even common items can have a gem. So throwing gems around left and right shouldn't be too bad. Health and armor here, paladin only. Witch only. Affects mantles. The gambler character. Right. And this. We could get a lot of damage out of everything there. We don't really have a lot of crit chance on anyone, so the crit part is not... actually do. That's pretty wild. So, armor. Really not utilizing other things. What if? You go from 40 attack power to 364, so at least you do something now. That seems worth it. We lose some order. Not much. And then we actually have some crit damage to go with that 31% crit chance we have. Not bad. I like it. This is not really necessary anymore. So what if we get another piece of armor? These together give me 38 order and initiative. The rest of the stats are not really using, but if we could get that corner back. Maybe just this. Well, maybe. I mean, it is more vampirism. Some of these hammers just need to go. So potentially, could have that touching another thing here as well. Just this is paladin only. That's weapon, that's weapon. Why not? Or we throw this in instead and get the vampirism. This is 100 health. He heals himself every attack. He doesn't really need the vampirism as much. Keep it. I feel like this was good though. That was a really, like, he can actually do some damage now. That's a huge difference. We're up to 472 because we have another item. If we make this another armor, doing okay. Did we gain dodge? I didn't even notice. Maybe we gained dodge. They are afraid to stop. Realization arrives. Yeah, so there's a whole lore thing going on, by the way, with there's darkness creeping through the land. The only way to stop it was somebody had to like sacrifice their soul to seal it within that region. But it was in other regions as well, so more people had to do it. There's some lore here I haven't really dug into. And I'm guessing that we, like the characters here, we're the ones who, like the reason why we're trapped here, why we have no memories, is that we're the ones who had sacrificed ourselves to stop it. That's what I'm guessing at. Speculation, I don't know yet. You're not afraid of what you may see beyond the gates. I am. I can all too easily imagine what happens to those who hesitate. Suppose they remain here, no longer themselves. Walls are protected by something impervious to the darkness, but out here we have no such protection. We cannot stay here. Lead us to the gates. No, paladin. Reach them together. Aw. Final Fantasy X with sin. In what way? Like the summoning? That'd be a good insight there. Final Fantasy X. I have long maintained that Final Fantasy X is not going to be anyone's necessarily like favorite of the bunch if they're old school Final Fantasy. Like you're always going to say Final Fantasy 7. Some will say 6. I'm a 6 guy. But if I'm ever introducing somebody to Final Fantasy, it's 10 every time. I did that with Mrs. Druski, with the kids. 10 is the most fun to play. And I just completely discount anything 13 and after. Like I played 12, I started 13, quit it, and never played any Final Fantasy since. So, you know, up to 12, 10 is just fun. Like the enjoyment of playing it is through the roof with 10. And, you know, it might not be the most grand in-depth story, but it's probably the one that'll bring the outside person into the game more than any other Final Fantasy. You have to sacrifice yourself? Yeah, like the summoners. Yeah, that makes sense. Final Fantasy X is your favorite. Reader. Breath of Fire 3 before that. Crystallis. See, I didn't play the Breath of Fire series. 10's the only one you ever replayed all the way through. I've now played 10 probably the most through because, as I said, I introduced people with that one. I still say 6 is my favorite. 7 I've played a bunch through as well now. I don't play the remakes. 8? I hated 8 the first time I played it. I was a kid. When I came back as an adult and replayed it, I actually really liked it because it wasn't the I didn't have the missed expectations that I had going from 7 into 8. Instead, I was like, okay, creative new ways to junction your abilities. Cool card game. Like, I was able to be like, okay, these are on their own. They're actually good. It's just when you had it in the shadow of 7 and all that. It is a convoluted story, don't get me wrong there. I had to be older to even understand what was happening. But as far as gameplay, that's my biggest, most improved was 8 on the second playthrough. You only played the first 7 remake, did not really get the feels you thought you would? I can't say anything there because I never played the remake. Did you play the original 7? And you're saying you didn't get like the nostalgia you thought you would? Or you never played any 7 and that was like your first introduction to 7? Because again, I've not played the remake, I'm aware of it. So you did play 7, you were just kind of like, is this the nostalgia? And the reason why I steer clear is because the gameplay is not, it's fundamentally different. It's not turn-based. I have not been able to enjoy any, yeah, it doesn't feel Final Fantasy. Like, that's kind of the thing, is they've abandoned what Final Fantasy was. Granted, they keep all of like the you know, the role-playing storytelling, you know, the multiple characters in a party, and you've got returning themes of summoning and character names. You know, you got your Cid and your Biggs and Wedge and all the, like, there's hallmarks. That's not what makes it Final Fantasy. What makes it Final Fantasy was like that core combat loop. It's not it anymore. It's something else. You've only played 7 or 10. Yeah, reader. So every Final Fantasy up until 12 was a quasi thing. Up until 12 was turn-based. 12 was kind of an active time battle where you kind of program a little. It was cool and original at the time, but because it was a gateway into everything that happened since, I don't like 12's combat. At the time I liked it, but then it was like, oh, that's what this led to? No, that was bad. Too far. So yeah. And 14, yeah, we just don't count the roguelite or the MMOs. I don't know. I've never played them. They might be great on their own. I just have never played them. They're just not. It's not a Final Fantasy in that sense. Right edge. I don't have any way to fit that on the right edge. Crush damage, fortitude. I can't fit either of these, so this one sells. Well, actually, this one sells for more. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try. So yeah, they're all turn-based, and just like you played with 10. 10 was really good at it though, because it didn't feel slow. Like as fast as you could make decisions, the game was happening, and you could swap in characters in 10 on the fly. And that felt really good too. You didn't feel like other characters were missing out. Now, it was a little wonky that if you failed to bring somebody in, then they didn't get experience points. And so now you're like, okay, it's an easy fight. I can kill them in one hit, but I got to make sure everyone gets a turn of standing here and defending. So if they could have fixed that, perfect. It's perfection. You know, as far as like the turn-based development that Final Fantasy went through. But, you know, once you hit 12, they start dabbling, and then like they go off the steep end into real-time battles, and it's an action game. Now it's just an action game. So That's not Final Fantasy. And you've had a whole generation with nothing but that, so they don't know any different. So there you go. Like, that's fine. That's their thing now. But it's not my thing. I'm gonna grab that mana. Whoa, I guess I'm not gonna get that mana. I could get the win, but that's only 1 out of 6 chance. I do have 2 rolls. 60 mana is huge. Come on, come on. You played more than Titus Walker Riku. I thought it only had 3 characters. No, Auron was awesome. The sphere grid on that game was incredible, by the way. Like, that was really cool. I really got into that. And Blitzball. My goodness, Blitzball. Some people hated it. I get that. The first day of release, I got the game. Played an all-nighter. Somewhere around midnight, I get to the first Blitzball game, and you're supposed to lose it. You're supposed to lose the first Blitzball game. I refused. I refused. I played that until like 8 in the morning the next day, until I finally managed to win that first Blitzball game. I can do it every time now because it's like riding a bike. But felt so good. So you actually get you get a little reward. I don't remember what it is, but you get a extra reward for doing it. But the story will progress if you fail, so you got to reset. But yeah, Blitzball, so good. Blitzball was the reason you replayed. So my kids have played through Final Fantasy X, and they would get so mad because I'd be like, guys, let's not progress this story. I want to play more Blitzball. And I'd try to be like, okay, Waka gets his like his legendary weapon if you play a lot of Blitzball, and the kid's like, no, Dad. We want to keep playing, and so, you know, eventually I had to give in and keep going. What are we even getting here? Minus mana / crush crits. This is really good. Can't really fit it here. So that's plus mana. Vampirism. It's a lot of vampirism. That's for armor. What if we did 195 attack, 641, go down to 50 vampirism from 350. So that hurts. And then we also go from 79 mana to 119. Like, that kind of hurts too, but it's a lot of damage. Oh, and the chaos. I can't drop 40 chaos per item. That's 120 chaos right here. I can't drop that. Sad. Okay, so what do we do with this? Reader, oh, you just back from the ad break. So we missed all that. I was just gushing about Blitzball in Final Fantasy X. Nonbarian, you love beating unbeatable scenario in the game and getting a dev message. Happened to you a few times now. That is awesome. Yeah, so Final Fantasy X is one of the few times I've been able to do that with the first Blitzball game. Like, so reader, in the story when you play Blitzball, your very first game, Waka's hurt. You know, you go out there and play instead, and then he gets better and he comes back out. That whole thing. Yeah, you generally are supposed to lose it, but you can win it. And I spent like 8 hours the first day of release and spent all night playing that and finally got it. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, retired U.S. Marine Corps. Thank you for your service indeed. Absolutely. You needed to do it to achieve something. I think... Hold on. We all have Google here, right? A strength sphere? There was a cutscene for it. Yeah, that's right. Where they all get to celebrate getting the cup. Conversational differences on the high road. Yeah, and you can still recruit Waka. I think you get Waka right away on your team if you win, but if you lose, you still recruit him later. Yeah. I think everyone thought you wouldn't get Waka if you lose, but you do. Google AI, which I don't trust, says that there's no unique thing for it except for that cutscene and the like a strength sphere. Is there a way? It's really good. I can't do this because I can't afford to lose the health armor. And I don't want to drop this. 250 crush damage now. And counting. Although, actually, if it is just for the damage, what would this be if we swap this? So we're at 1431. 1422. It's actually very close, isn't it? So hold on. This is giving me 10 order. Of course, it's getting stronger as time goes on. 22 order. 43 order. Yeah, 1470. Yeah, 476. So 40 some order. Whereas this gives that crit chance is nice, but not required at all. Bunch of initiative, but also not required. Yeah, I think we're fine the way we are. It's okay. Moving on. I guess I could just get some mana back. Need to decide what we're gonna bring here. Can't use this mid. Yeah, can't use that now. TD says Ragnar. Who's Ragnar? Horse General. Ragnar's the warrior. Ragnar's the warrior because Ragnar is the general and the bard was taunting him with general, and that's not the paladin. So Ragnar's the warrior. Okay. I'm with you. Reworking the top right hammer to be the top. This has to be touching the right. But it buffs everything to the left, so it's buffing both of those two with 42 crush. It's not that big a deal that it's buffing, I guess. I could potentially have it like this, but this one has to be touching the top too, so I really can't. I'm just gonna leave it as is. We're gonna go. This is the final battle here. Sentinel artifact that drain mana of the whole party and restore its armor. Increase the Sentinel's critical power or damage, or large amount of mana from random character and restore its health. Vampirism or thorns. So we're gonna lose all that mana I just got. Give everyone some armor to start. Or I can do my double crush. Oh, wrong one. Should be 6,000. Some armor. I don't want anyone getting nuked down here. Yeah, this is the boss. Yeah, we've built this boss. We built this city. On each of the 3 acts. So the head, the chest, the arms. So if we lose, it's because I chose the wrong things. Possible. So buffing myself before I lose all my mana. Vampirism. I want to get him. Like, we're actually kind of right there, aren't we? 7. He's halfway there then. Oh, or you're how are you doing 6,000 damage? What do you? All right, we did it. Thought I was the strong one, but no, the bard's over here like boop-a-doo, and why did the bard hit so hard? I think it's because we had a bunch of corruption, but I didn't see how much the corruption was. Corruption just makes them take more damage. Like 100 more corruption, 100 more damage. If it was 6,000 corruption, 6,000 more damage. But I don't think it was 6,000. It would have been quite a bit. The gates showed me the cathedral from within. Those doors, I locked them with my own hands. I saw corruption where salvation had been promised in the temple I once called home. Slavery, dungeons filled with innocence. Faith in a righteous cause had been defiled by something as simple as greed, shame, rage, blood. They flooded my face in burning crimson. They were the ones who taught me to burn, never realizing I would burn them as well. Tell me, witness. That's us. Whom did I condemn to anathema? Them or myself? Some shards there. Good stuff. Some achievements. All abilities for Paladin Companion. Difficulty 3, get another shard, which then unlocks the arsenal, which we've not seen. Let's go check it out. The final room. Buy new items with memory shards. Gear you have acquired will appear in runs in the specific biomes. Ooh. That's cool. So this is specifically warrior items in each of the classes. Slash damage, more slash damage, doubles effect from aura and builds. That's amazing. Slash initiative, crit chance if placed on the left. And then doubles from gems and doubles from auras, also amazing. These are the best items in the game. Crit chance in initiative, a lot of slash on the right, double from blacksmith, double from auras. And because these are less, like these are all divine, these are less rare, meaning you're more likely to see them. Like it might be beneficial to be unlocking these because you get them more often. You know, double effect from auras on these is a rare thing indeed. So, but they're adding to thorns. Like, this isn't really my style. What else we got? Oh, you've got the disappear. Why do you have ethereal? Wait, no, they all have it? Yeah, I'm not even looking at those. I'm not looking at any of... Oh my goodness, the entire catalog disappears after 5 battles? Why is that a thing? Okay, again, I don't think that the devs are going to hear this because they've already visited and moved on. But if they do, if you're going to have ethereal, it feels like a punishment rather than a reward, right? Battles remaining before the item disappears, 5. If instead, okay, what if instead of it being like an ethereal thing where it just disappears, what if it's more of a distillation, like it's being distilled down to its essence in 5 turns? In 5 turns, this thing turns into a gem that you then socket into something else that has all of its original stats. And now you're getting to combine stuff and you have more total inventory. That's what you got to do. So now it's a 5 turns thing to where you actually get an upgrade in 5 turns. But you got to commit to having it in your inventory in your battle for 5. Anyway, we're not doing any of those. Bard. Double for aura, improves order. Blacksmith improves order after each combat. Again, I like that. Okay, they're all fine. Health after each combat, interesting. More health. Health and crit chance after... That's really interesting. 14% crit chance. Distillation that turns into a single stat from the original item. Player selects the stat that's kept. Could be, although I'd be favorable for it to be the full Yeah, crit bard. I think that's going to be clicked at some point. It's just that's like my full value right here. I got to see what the paladin still has. Like we're going to get that at some point. But yeah, I think having essentially like having that full item socketed into another item is worth it. Now that's something that you would seek out. Be like, this is cool. I want it. Of course, I'm just noticing that this is not a name. That this is the biome. So this particular one would only show up in the final act. So you're not necessarily doing a crit bard. You'd have to plan around it. You'd have to say, okay, I'm building a crit bard. They use jackets. Well, that's for dodge anyway. But like I could plan it, and then I have to get this on that final act. I just realized that. So yeah, this is the look. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. All right, we've been playing at the Pally. What do we got here? So this is not... Oh, they're going to be divine on armor. Okay. So legendary hammer. Crush damage double from blacksmith gems. Okay, this is Grimwood. Order. Crush damage order. And then we got the armor. Give stats after every combat. Double effect from auras. And disappears. I guess in Sandhills it's not so bad. You could actually throw this on the final 5 battles and you know, not miss it. I don't like it. Why does witch stuff go ethereal? I don't know. But that's why I'm trying to say, like, maybe if the ethereal was not kill your stuff and turn it into a good thing, then that's fine. But like this is like, it's a pure negative, right? Like I've not actually played 5 battles to see if something cool happens. Maybe I do need to try that. But I can't imagine something happened. Like the game does not even hint that something would happen. So yeah, I don't like any of those. Honestly, I don't really like any of these because you've seen me my playstyle already. Like I don't think any of the armor is worth it. I think that you want the weapons and you get a gem that will still give you armor and health. Because weapons will still let you kill stuff. Armor will not. You have no DPS. Now, if the paladin had an ability that did damage based on armor, like the warrior has, then this makes a ton of sense. Go for all the armor you can get. But that doesn't exist, as far as I can tell. So, the warrior could do the armor thing, but isn't. He's doing thorns. And the paladin just needs hammers. So I'm actually pretty disappointed in the paladin and the witch. I do like this hat. We've not really played the character to know what else, but I do think these are amazing. I think the warrior weapons here are quite good. So like this being Wildlands, you're getting this from the beginning of the game. So that plus 8 slash damage will actually amount to something. You know, double effect from auras, double effect from gems. Like this is just a solid weapon. An 8% crit chance. Pretty solid on its own. Initiative is agility. No, initiative is just your turn order, so I basically ignore it. Essentially every combat, you save yourself from getting hit one time if you have higher initiative. Right? Now that one time at the beginning of the game might be the only time, because if you can one-shot them, then you don't get hit back, because you went first. If it's going to take multiple turns, 3, 4, 5 turns, then the initiative only matters, I think, on the last turn if you go before them and kill them off before they can hit you back. So you're just sparing yourself one counterattack as initiative. To me, it's not worth building around. If I have it, it's fine, but I'm not gonna build around it at all. Agility. Oh, I think in say like agility in Diablo or some other games, it can also mean your dodge chance. It can mean maybe if we're getting into other character archetypes, you can get agility and dexterity. That can mean like whether you've got bows or daggers or something. Like it can translate into a different source of damage if you've got like a more nimble character type, an archetype. So agility can mean a lot of things to a lot of different games. But in this, initiative is purely just you go before them in turn order. I think if there was some mechanics where you get bonus damage. Now maybe new characters, because there are going to be multiple new characters. Game's already been like announced. That's coming. If there's new characters that are going to do damage based on your initiative, just like we have characters that do damage based on your chaos or order. Now that's a real stat. So if you've got a archer archetype or rogue archetype, totally use the initiative. Right? Your abilities do damage based off initiative. That makes perfect sense to me. It's just not in the game yet. Okay, so Arsenal was cool. But if we're going to try to do one more run before bedtime here, then we got to decide with whom we're doing that. We've got the Witch, which I still maintain is probably the easiest to win with. Or we can continue with our Pally, because that's what we've been doing all day today, and try to knock that out. Maybe that is the plan. And if so, I've got the 3,000... Is there something worth picking up here with the Paladin? Again, I don't really want armor. Just don't think it's the way to go. Crush damage, order, bonus order, but double damage from blacksmith gem is nice. I like the fact that I could get this early on. It's cheap. I'm gonna grab that, and then we're gonna go back to buffing the Paladin. The barracks. Some more crush damage, perhaps. All right, max difficulty. Here we go. Make characters stronger? Yeah. So bedtime, basically I try to always have like a time that I can spend with the family before they have to go to bed. And so I try to be careful on how late we stream. Yeah, definitely, like, if the more you play, the stronger you're going to get with the meta progression, and so it's going to make it easier to finally beat it. Well, we've got a decent amount of progression already. I'm an executioner. A blind weapon finally opened its eyes. I burned out heresy with searing iron until I saw it within those I revered as the holiest. I wish to forgive, but chose fury instead, and fury became my new master. Raised my hammer over one who could not defend himself, though he was not guilty. I maimed my own brothers, those with whom I shared bread and water. The time stood still. This world appeared before me as redemption. Same temple, yet no larger basket. Tell me, witness. Why does the air reek of burnt flesh? Got some issues, dude. Should never not beat it? Well, we just upped the difficulty. That was me. We were on difficulty 2, now we just upped it to 3. So all the enemies have more health, more armor, hit harder. So yeah, we actually still have a challenge. Still have a challenge. So 80 armor or some crit damage with only a 5% crit chance. I guess we'll have this massive thing. This is just because of the shape, I think this is, we're most likely gonna have same party again, right? So I'm just gonna have that for the witch. I'm not gonna worry about crit. Let's go big here. Let's see if we can get some slash, because we already are, we know we're gonna do crush. Cannot win that unless we get the 1 out of 6. I think that's a skip. Never mind. Speed to random. Not what I was hoping for. weapons. Mana minus armor, order chaos. So go for our next companion here, probably. Our bard. Yeah. I like the warrior just fine. I like him just fine. He feels redundant. His abilities have tanking things, and I'm going to be tanking, so it just feels redundant. So I'll play the warrior, no problem. But when I play the warrior, I feel like I can play DPS warrior and have the paladin tank. But when I have the vice versa, when I play the paladin and bring in the warrior, his main ability gives him thorns, which is useless to me, you know? Cool fence. How's the game so far? You're on the fence? I don't want to influence you one way or the other, like yes or no, but feel free to check it out and see what you think. You know, a lot of things that are readily apparent. The art and everything's great. We did have a chance today to talk to the lead dev, and he was talking about how they are having multiple new characters in the pipe before the end of the year. And that was like the big news. So currently there's 4 characters in the game, and in a run you'll get up to 3 of them if you get far enough to that point in the run. And so you can always, and you get to pick between 2, which means you will always see all 4 of them, and you can always choose whichever of the 4 you want. Once you've added in a 5th and now maybe a 6th, 7th, I don't know how many they're talking, that changes it, which means each run will have a lot more difference. But each character also has to be, like, has progression as well, right? Like, you've got, by them saying there's a character, that means you've got difficulty levels for the character. We just learned that there are unique items to be unlocked for each character. There's meta progression on stats for each character. And so there's a lot of replayability with each new character added. That's a big deal. Right now, I've for the game's release price on sale for like $10, less than $10, I have currently put in what, like 15 hours? And again, $10 is like a burger. So it's, depending on how you view the money versus time thing, you can maybe make the argument it's a pretty good deal. 36 mana is a fair amount. I don't really have anything to put the gems in, do I? I guess I got this. Just giving an order bonus. Is it doing minus slash? It is doing minus slash, so I'm not going to move that over. 40 acid would actually make the guy do something. I don't know. 10 order is not going to do anything worthwhile. Oh, well. Never mind. Just kidding. We did have somebody earlier talking about the die roll not feeling like a good thing. And I could kind of see that. Like, we just missed a die. Didn't we miss 2 already this run? I don't know. But, yeah, if it was kind of a, here's the standard thing you get for free, do you want to roll the die and risk all or nothing? That might be a little bit better. I mean, you kind of almost have that with like the lower quality. You can basically get that for free, and then you risk it. And I just literally just did exactly that, didn't I? But if it was like, okay, you don't get the super version, you get a downgraded version. Maybe that. Maybe it's best of both worlds. This guy has acid damage, so he pierces the armor. He can finish them, but now it's... We're just shy. Like, we're just short on them, so whatever. Take care of that. Potion. Left side will give us a ton of items. Let's do that. Are the same. I forgot that he only's doing 45. I thought for sure he could finish that. He'll finish it now, so. Minus damage. It's a weapon. Getting a bonus from that. We're struggling on the DPS side of things. So I'm building up my... He dodged. There you go. A fancy jacket. Mana order, and then buffs hats if placed near the bottom edge of the inventory, and gives 4 mana after every combat. Bard only. And then buffs hats. I guess we're gonna buff some hats. And it's a hat for the bard. Buffing jackets, which it is. Okay. Okay. Well, you're going to have a lot of mana now. Because every combat plus 4 mana. Wait, this is jacket. Hold on. Boop. Yay. What is it? Weapons. No. Just we have that. Definitely no armor for you. Okay. Completely out of mana. This costs 9, so I could get myself some mana back, but I'm a little worried. He'll heal himself. Thank you. And he gave us some thorns. That's something. He's gonna attack just me. He healed himself, but am I going to live through that? Okay, dodge. Yes, yes I shall. 526. Yeah, we would have been fine. Easy peasy. I see this hammer every run. I still pick it up, but I see it every run. Yeah, I have to do it. So weapons get dodge. Thorns lose initiative. That's potentially a lot of dodge. And then another hat. Buffing jackets with dodge. Sold. Buffs hats. Buffs jackets. Right? So 31% dodge now. 100 mana. I could probably make this work better. Okay. Now this thing has to be touching the top edge in order to get that aura bonus. So that's just what we're going to be doing from here on out. Only buffs hammer, so this thing will not matter. Okay. You have double gem benefit, so. Kind of awkward health situation, though, aren't we? Okay, it was enough for him to heal. Okay, well, our bard should heal us now. Ooh, don't like the dodge. Armor giving dodge and thorns. Stacking armor over here. Sure. It's not a long-term thing, but why not? Okay, now we can double whatever we get here, so we should probably go for big. Gonna roll anyway. The only way we get it is the win. 1 out of 6 chance. Easy peasy. Alright, 120 more damage. Help a lot. Okay, the bug guy. Critical power, vampirism, and critical power. Health and armor. Armor and vampirism. So if we take too long, this thing becomes more difficult. Now we don't ever roll again. Yeah, we used up our luck. Not wrong. mana vampirism. I would kind of just need some damage here, but don't we have something that's like subtracting? It's not, but I can't fit that either. I guess I don't have to have this. I could have the other one instead. This is acid and dodge. Not that 24 is really going to change anything. We're doing minus slash somewhere, right? Yeah, minus 24 slash. I could give myself vampirism. We're not keeping that very long. This we could keep for a little while. This gives him at least some damage. We're hurting for items. It won't be that way for long. This game definitely overloads you with items eventually, but we're just not there yet. Go for items here rather than the upgrade. That would involve a roll, so both of them would. I don't feel like we've got the right items yet. We're in a new zone. Armor. We're getting all the swords. I can't fit that anywhere, but oh, we're about to get a new hero. Hat. Effects hats. It's a jacket. 48 orders, a fair amount. Double effect from auras. Not bad. Helmets we're not using. Instrument, vampirism, aura. I don't know. Well, I'm just gonna roll for it. If I don't get it, it's fine, but that's a decent item. And we got it. Easy peasy. Hold on, that's worth the emote with Orange Cat. Easy peasy. Okay, so this needs to be near the bottom edge of the inventory as well. That's gonna be a problem. So, bottom edge, both buff hats. Almost better off if we flip it. Hold on. Then I can fit one in between. It's touching both, and then you're touching both, affecting both jackets with dodge. Need more hats. We need all the hats, chat. Okay, at the end of the day, we just traded all these out. I don't know if we're ahead or behind on the order situation, but we have 47% dodge, and that seems okay to me. Right, you're minus slash, so that's really not. Whatever, it's a great chance. We're gonna get a new character momentarily. So all of this chaos stuff we might use instead. But he missed. We've got some dodge moves here. It's a jacket. I don't know if we can make it work, but we're gonna try. it's hats. What we need more of is hats. See, that's 24 mana. Okay, there. We'll just throw that on the character we're getting right here. The witch, probably. Had to find my new mic mute button. That's right, we're dipping, we're dodging. And diving. I like the entropy arrow. Applies corruption to the target. Bonus acid damage based on chaos. We can do corruption on everybody, costs too much. Yeah, it's just cheap enough. Whatever. So, it's helpful. Something. No idea what I'm doing here. Definitely need some hammers, not getting them. No, there's actually a fourth unit. It's a warrior, but it's so similar to the paladin that I'm not choosing to play it instead. So you will see all four of them in every run currently, but we've talked to the dev earlier. I don't know if you're here for that, Hadasha, but we talked with the lead dev, and they said that they're planning multiple new heroes before the end of the year. So that will change a lot of the add to replayability and everything. Runs feeling different and all that. I'm intentionally choosing this as my party because I'm going for the harder difficulty. Like, this is the max difficulty now. And so I'm feeling like this is the party I want to run. $70 acid damage. We still have a double slot available to us. We could get 80 vampirism. This is the double right here. So having him heal himself isn't bad. But 140 acid damage, also not bad. Give it a go. Oh, yeah. Since this is our DPS. Going Rep Pally. Armor gives mana, order, and chaos. More order than chaos, so. Bard, heal me. Of course not. It's random whoever heals, so. I'm gonna just get mana. See if the Bard gets a chance to heal. Nope. Good chance. Something. I'm just going crit. What am I doing? It's a weapon though. That's right. This is only costing 3 mana. That's not bad at all. But health and armor to the target doubled is quite good. Just like that. We don't have all that much armor. I've not really been super confident in this run so far. I don't really have all that many items either. Slash Crush Chaos. It's interesting. Thing. It's a hat. Buffs jackets. Then the mantle, witch only. Health mana, mana chaos on the right side, double from auras. Now the witch I was going for weapons, I think. Yeah, not like I have to. None of this is required, but that's what we were leaning towards. I think we're just gonna go for this. It's much easier. It's 17 difficulty, yeah. Much easier. Could have done it, but didn't know. This one's more important than this one. 8 mana, 6 order, or 48 order. Dodge. 2% dodge, go! By the way, Hadasha, you and others have been around, as we've talked about. My latest dental crisis a couple weeks ago, maybe almost a month ago now, I had, but others, I'd split a tooth that already had been worked on, already had to have a filling, really already needed a root canal. So the tooth kind of split long ways. But I had both parts still in there. Yesterday, the filling fell out, so I had a big hole. Now we have like this dental packing. It's like a clay, tasteless, that you kind of roll up and jam up in the hole there to keep it from getting more infected, I guess. But basically, the nerve's completely dead. I haven't felt a thing. And so, because Adasha was worried about, trying to regrow it, I think there really wasn't a chance for that regardless, because the nerve is just... The fact that I've not felt anything through this whole process, both it being split, having to survive, because I've got another 2 weeks to go before the the oral surgeon, because the dentist won't look at it before I can have it show it to the oral surgeon and extract it, and probably the next one, the one next to it as well. But yeah, it's dead. So that's the update. Sorry, armor gives more armor, order, and chaos. Losing dodge. I don't really want to lose dodge. 55% on you, 25% on you, so really it would only be here. We're not going to be keeping that for long. Out of the pills? No, we're not almost out of the pills. I haven't been using it now that it's like, well, we have to, because the break, the subsequent, like, no pain, and the filling falling out, all of those, it's like there's not much to rebuild. Now, the rest of the teeth probably need it. The rest of the teeth probably need it, but like, I was kind of hyper-focused. But that was just the latest. I didn't realize how little mana I have. I have to use my mana potion. Well, I think we're okay. The loot of the moth lullaby. Okay. Instruments give order. Another mantle that buffs hoods. On the right side, double effect from auras. Yeah, we're just gonna see if we can make this thing. And then more double effect from auras. Jacket. Oh, this is mantle, that's jacket. Okay, hold on. That's bard. That's witch. Okay. Okay, well. So, witch affects hoods. Those are hats. Okay. Left edge of the inventory. Yeah. This is getting double effect from auras, so you're actually getting another 8% dodge from that. And all of this is kind of a joke. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. I did not realize how close to death our witch is right now. I don't think we have anyone else who's getting double from blacksmith gems. This one's getting double, so it's 6 more dodge. Still take it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I think I will. I just like left my routine, I guess. Yeah, I'm glad on it wasn't painful. It's a bad sign for the tooth because that means the root is dead. You can like, you know, you can't really heal it. Like you can do a root canal, cap the thing off, and like, you know, entomb it, but it's not really, the tooth is not living anymore. So it's a bad sign for the tooth. But that said, it was already that way, and so if that's already going to be that way and it's already going to need to be extracted, at least this is like the least painful way to go about it. I don't remember if I picked the witch thing that scales with acid damage. I think it was scaling with chaos. They both do no damage. I'm just gonna throw this on there. We had so many thorns there. I had no idea we were gonna have that much thorns. That was a lot of thorns. It was like 1,800 thorns on the witch from all those heals. Because each heal is putting 300 thorns thanks to this amount of order. We just don't have any I can grab this and maybe fit it somewhere, but I don't have any weapons, so they do no damage. Can't even try. Let's see. I don't know. I was trying to squeeze this in here too. It's not happening. Mrs. Druski, yeah, she has been, but I've been not doing my part. Yeah, I think you get the full sell value at the end. I think it's the same regardless if you sell it during the thing. So I just hold on to them until I have to get rid of them. Because, you know, Why sell it? Plus, I'm a pack rat. You guys are killing ourselves on the thorns. Gains armor, buffs plate armor, which I wasn't planning on doing, but we haven't yet gotten any hammers to speak of. Gains armor each turn. Like this is really good, but I'm not doing it. We're gonna get some damage here. Try to. Hammer! Rotating thing, no thank you! Hammer time. If I can't rotate a space pack, I just sell it at that point. I'm not too attached to it, just somewhat attached. In other update news, the kids and I have been watching through Star Trek TNG, and we're almost on season 6. So that's probably what we're going to continue on with tonight. See, Strad, if it's not 100% chance, then it's just 50-50. Oh, on the die rolling, like no matter what it is, it's just 50-50. That's one way to look at it. Dad joke time. I gotcha. Oh yeah, the other update. Did you guys hear about the light bulb party? Yeah, the light bulb party. It was pretty lit, as the kids say. We don't need swords, but that's a lot of slash damage. I don't have room for anything like that. I'm gonna grab this, even though I don't want to. It's definitely not how statistics work. I don't want to lose the dodge. Really don't want to lose the dodge. Yeah, this thing's needing to touch more weapons, huh? Yeah, we might throw that on later. I'm not doing it yet. You found that funny? Goodness, look at we need to use the mushrooms. I I don't know. I've never had 100% dodge. Oh my! I wish I had more dodge now. It was fun. I didn't remove the dodge because, you know, we don't want that sort of thing to happen to us. We can revive at a campfire. I don't know where the nearest one is. That is one reason why initiative does kind of matter. I don't really think that's gonna fit. This is a jacket, though. They're both jackets. All my mana. Better be good. Armor buffs. Lose dodge. It's a caster item. We are really struggling with items this run. This has not been the run. Items? No, I can't. It's not available. You can only do it during battle. And maybe there is such a thing as an item that is a revive item. That would be cool. When you hit 100 dodge, you die from thorns. Yeah, because you might be all this nimble that you can't get me, but then I just like walk into the spike. Oh, a hammer! It's common! It's actually better than this one. Yeah, we're at like 70% dodge over here. Really not bad. Campfire was here, we missed it, so next one's over there. I'm gonna have to cut to the left. These guys attack random. We don't want that. Of course. Got him. This is a hat. That's a lot of health. And even some dodge. But I don't know if we're going to fit that. I'm not going to drop any of these other hats for it. Because these ones are giving the auras. And 2 of these things are getting double effects from auras. So we're definitely not dropping things that are giving auras. I could get more crit chance and just throw a sword on him. We're not doing that because we don't want to lose dodge. We want to get to 100 if we could. That's pretty decent anyway, right? Like that's just a good helmet. I think I can fit it there, maybe? Maybe not? Not nearly as good as I thought that would fit. Double effects from auras, so we want that to be receiving that, not the other way. What is this? Mana initiative minus. Okay, so it's mana and chaos. Given the fact that we died first turn, I think I'd rather have the health from a common item. Affects hood since it's not a hood. I really need one more damage. Oh my goodness. And then he dodges. Yeah, I'm still not feeling good about this. My main has no items. I can't believe I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna roll for this one. Even with the rotating chaos thing, I'm doing it for the health, mana, and dodge. Small form factor, so I'm gonna try. I've got 4 rolls. I'm gonna go ahead and use one. 1 out of 6 chance. Here we go. Getting some thorns. He does not have any dodge, right? I could actually justify doing something like this. Hold on. Because the 54 vampirism, when I have none, might mean something. I can place this here, but I can't actually fit it next to the armor. For it to matter. I could have had something like this instead of this. So we'd lose. We only care about the order and the mana. Losing too much dodge for this thing to matter. Okay, I'm gonna leave it as is. Charming, but not very specific. There. I'm not confident in the build, but we're getting there. Oh, did they? No, they didn't switch. They didn't switch. 600 thorns is not bad. Wow, we're still getting like the first level version of these commons. They're just massive. A jacket. We like jackets, but I don't have any way to fit it. Yeah, I'm not very optimistic here, unfortunately. Do any damage. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to make sure that between the vampirism from the mushrooms and then the mana that we're full by the time we get to the end, which is still actually a little ways away. And I'm still feeling like we need items, so I'm going to cut to the right side. This is the max items row. A big part of why the bard can heal so much is because you get 10% of your mana back after a fight, and his mana is 150 now, so he can actually afford to cast, which has been very helpful. Armor for everyone. Have much corruption. Chaos, rather. Nobody has much of anything. I can kill him, but we're going to be low health going into the next fight. Legendary hat! Buffs to 6% dodge. That's only 4. So it doesn't actually reach. Swap this one. Mantle that buffs hoods. Gives chaos. Mantle. We don't have any hoods to buff. I will take a hammer. Gladly take a hammer. Fitting it is going to be a challenge. We'll figure this out. Okay, we just gained like 200 more crush damage. That does something. This spot is 4% dodge and hitting everything, so that's an all-around improvement. 100 health, 150 health with dodge. We are at 88% dodge, people. We like to move it, move it. If this actually gave dodge or something. There are 3 slot items. We'll see. We'll see. We'll try to get there. So much mana. Fair amount of chaos. We lose what damage that was given, but that really wasn't much. We keep it. We just lose this thing. Do have some dodge on this, by the way. There's no way, right? I don't have a 2x2. I don't have a 2x2. We're out of mana too. Oh, I did the ability. Oh no. GG. I thought I was using the potion. I don't know why, but I thought I was using the potion. I was like, why did I only get 5, not 50? I thought I was using the potion, and I had a whole nother turn ahead of me, because the potion does not end your turn. I was using a potion. But I just had a complete brain fart, and I clicked the ability to just sit there and get 5 mana and get wailed on. So GG. I don't feel like that was all that great of a run, but I would have liked to have lost for not a reason like that. Like, that's not how I wanted to go. Oh well. We did discover 21 new items. Got some memory shards. We're right at the 6-hour mark, so we'll probably be wrapping it up there. I'll save these because I'm probably going to go... Hey, Leet. I'll probably be trying a run with the Bard next time I play. Mushrooms that much. Yeah, I was going to use my potions. I was going to start using all my stuff and healing up and all the things. Ay. Oh well. That's how it goes when you don't pay attention. So that's on me. But overall, I've had a lot of fun with the game. I hope you guys have too. I think we might have some things coming up next week as well. My schedule is such that I won't be streaming over the weekend. I don't usually. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday is my usual schedule. If you want any news updates, that sort of thing, or just like to reach out, I do have a Discord. I will share that link right now. I also have another section on Discord that's all about faith. You can ask questions. You can ask for prayer. I have a prayer list that I keep, and I pray before every stream for all of you. So just to keep that up to date, I want to be available to you guys. So I am available over the weekend, but I probably won't be doing a lot on the stream side of things just because tomorrow is one of our kiddos, our youngest daughter's birthday. So much excite there. A quick Hearthstone with Mrs. Druski. Probably not tonight, but yeah, there's a new season and everything. So it's a lot going on over there. But anyway, I've had fun. I hope you guys did too. I look forward to seeing you all next time. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks for sticking around, hanging out. I've enjoyed it. You all have a good night, and God bless.